Hi there, this is day one of doing the 30 days filming yourself challenge. This is a challenge by Thomas. This is currently day one, exercise number one. The exercise was to just open your camera app and start recording. No plan, no strategy, no tips, no tricks, none of that. Just record, talk about whatever. He suggested talking about your problems. That's not what I'm going to do today. No, that was actually a joke he made. You could film whatever you wanted, he said. So yeah, that's actually what I'm doing. I wanted to give you guys an idea, why am I doing this? So there is a big reason, a professional one and a personal one. The professional reason is that I basically sell pen testing. Pen testing is not something I'm going to explain, but it's an ethical hacking exercise that ethical hackers that we have employed will perform. And that setting is mainly done via Zoom or Teams. So I'm convincing people via video, not a video like this one, so not a video where I'm filming myself, but it will be a Zoom meeting in which my face is on the camera, trying to convince others to buy this service from us or our technology. So in my profession, the amount of money is in somewhat way that I earn is somewhat way correlated to how well I do when it comes to conveying or communicating on camera. Typically, I would not do any meetings at 11 p.m. or 11 in the evening like I'm doing right now. So I am quite tired, I'm less focused, my thoughts aren't as sharp as they are during the day, but still I'm recording myself. So a big improvement via this 30-day course in myself, presenting myself on camera, would definitely be a big boost, a bonus, a great learning that would have probably a tremendous effect on my professional life, and directly will probably influence the amount of money that I make. So the price that I paid would probably be very insignificant for hopefully the value that I'm getting out of that. So that is the professional reason why I'm doing this. The personal reason is, and some of you who are watching this, if I decide to ever upload it on YouTube, if so, by the way, I would have definitely put links to Thomas, his course, his 30-day Film Yourself course, below in the description. So please take a look. He's a good guy. I actually had quite some interaction with him via the email. So yeah, definitely check that out if you think. And well, obviously, if you want to see the value of it, go to my latest video or the last video that I uploaded in this course. And then you can definitely see the improvements that would have been made during the course with his help, right? So, but like I said, the effects of this are going to be pretty big professionally, but personally, well, some of you might have known, like I said, that I would love to be able to earn some money with my creativity. Obviously, I know it's strange to say that you think that you're creative or that you could make a living from your creative work, but I actually don't lack the confidence to say so, that I think I'm a pretty creative person who could do well selling whatever I make. Well, not whatever I make, but I think I have some capabilities to eventually earn some money with, could be my thoughts, could be my speaking, video. Yeah, this is not me being arrogant. Hopefully I'm not coming across arrogant. It's just a certain type of confidence that is in me, where I just know that at a certain point in my life, the creative element in my life would be the money-making element in my life. And if that would be videos, sure. I do know it's very voyeuristic. I don't know if that is actually an English word, but putting yourself out there, sharing your thoughts. Many people say, why would you do that? Why is that something that you would want to do? Well, I think it's actually very important. I think it's important to physically basically imprint your inner thoughts in the universe. And in this case, it would be video or writing. In a sense, you're exerting inner thoughts on an outer layer of the universe, which is digitally in this video, right? It's no longer internally, it's actually out there in the universe, as I see it. So that is the second reason. What I really hope to get out of this is a big improvement in mostly speaking, so how I speak, intonation. I don't know if that is a word, but the way I'm speaking, I would love to be more convincing. I would love to be more interesting to listen to. I would love to be better at looking into the camera instead of looking away. I know that is a big thing for me. Obviously, my hands. I would love to have my hands be useful during speaking. I would love to be able to tell conveying stories. I would love to riff off the top of my head, being able to just speak clearly, not a lot of ums, speak loudly, convey ideas very sensically, but also concise, not too extreme when it comes to the amount of words. All of those things are actually goals of mine. I wish I can reach those, and hopefully these 30 days will support me with that. I already have an idea that I'm pretty much rambling, so this first video had to be like 5 to 10 minutes long. I have no idea because I'm not looking on my screen right now. I can't see myself, so I don't know the timer. I'm assuming it's around 4.5 minutes, so we're almost there. And to be honest, I don't really have that much more to say at this stage. It's pretty late here. I'm back home, by the way, back home in a suburb of Amsterdam. In my mind, one of the most beautiful cities in the world still, and I've been to quite a few. Maybe one day I'll make a video about Amsterdam or walk around in the city while I'm talking as well, because that is also one of my things that I would love to learn. Just walk around, film myself, right? Like a very typical YouTuber. I'm not saying I'm a YouTuber, but that would be amazing, getting that kind of confidence and feeling good about myself. So guys, thank you very much for watching the first video, and I'll see you guys in the next one. See you later. Bye-bye. Hi there. Oh, that came across very bad. Hi there. This is day 2 of the 30-day filming yourself challenge. Yesterday I filmed myself for a little over 7 minutes. The exercise of yesterday was to basically just film, talk, do whatever was required. No specific instructions. Today is day 2. We have a little bit more of a specific instruction. Actually, the instruction is something that I'm doing wrong already. The instruction is based around state, mental state, physical state. The exercise was to do a workout in front of this video because your mental state, physical state would be elevated, and that would be coming across in the video. Well, I did what he suggested. I did a workout, but I did it 2 hours ago. I also did some breathing and some meditation. I had a good meal. I did no vices, no, how do you say that? No overeating or anything like that. I didn't smoke a single cigarette. I actually quit smoking recently, something that I'm very proud of. So my state isn't bad, but what I'm just feeling is that I'm quite tired. I wanted to say tired, not cold. But what I wanted to talk about regarding that tiredness and that state is basically that, to be honest, I don't mind it. You know, when I was younger, I felt like being tired was weak. It was an excuse of your body, basically saying you are not strong enough. The younger version of myself really saw the body as only a vessel, something that was carrying the soul, carrying the mind. It was a slave of the mind. It was not something to be listened to. It was just there to operate, to carry the mind and to bring the mind where it wanted to be. These days I'm very much aware of that the vessel is very much also the driving force in what the mind feels, how the mind can exert, how the mind can do well or do not so well. And it's actually something that's very much needs to be listened to, right? So with being older than 30 now, 31, I'm also seeing myself really growing up and becoming a wiser version, of the person that I was. So that's the first thing, right? Being very tired. Well, it is not a thing I'm ashamed of. Not feeling bad about it. It's just part of life. Having two kids, pretty hectic 9 to 5, a wife, a family, a house to take care of, a social life, my body. I went for a 7K run today as well. I'm training for a marathon. All of that is just, there's a lot going on, right? There's a lot to be proud of at the same time while being tired. And I think having kids of 1.5 years old, and I have twins also, right? So it's not only a single kid we got first, we got two immediately. Some call it very efficient. Well, that is how I call it, quite efficient. And I'm loving it. I'm really enjoying it. It's amazing. And then being in a more consistent state of tiredness is just part of life. And I know many people that can get very down and depressed from feeling tired. Hey, what is the reason? We live in a society where it's very much at the moment you feel something, there has to be like a full-blown analysis of why am I feeling this way? Why am I feeling anxious? What 15 steps beforehand or what thing from the morning routine did I just not do? And therefore I feel like this, we're kind of in a state of continuous over-analyzing, which gives even more anxiety, right? It creates even more pressure, more anxious thoughts, more thought loops that are just, they're overkill in the whole human experience, right? You don't need all of that. You basically just need to live in the moment, or sometimes you just need to live in the moment, accept the feelings that you have, roll with them, give them a spot, and let them be. I don't know why I'm talking like this internet guru or this what is the guy's name again? Eckhart Tolle type of spiel or talking. I don't know why that is coming out, but it's just maybe a reminder to myself. Yeah, I think that's what it is. A reminder to myself that it's okay for what you're feeling. This is definitely going to be a video that I'm going to watch back, hopefully within a year or maybe within 2 years, and say, hey, accepting your state, don't overanalyze, letting be, accept what you feel, just move on, have a good night's sleep. And even if you feel shit tomorrow again, right? All of that is okay, And if you feel tired tomorrow again, well, then you just stand up feeling tired, drink an extra coffee, go after it. And that can even take maybe weeks, maybe months. Who cares? It shouldn't matter that much. It's just how you feel. As long as you give it a spot, it's all well. Well, future Julian, there you have it. I hope the future Julian is a little bit less tired, but still very much in a good mood. Thank you. Have a good one. Bye-bye. Okay, so today is day 3 of the 30 days Film Yourself challenge. I'm linking to the challenge below. Wanted to give you a bit of an update on what day 3 was about. So instead of an exercise that we had to do on day 2, which I did, by the way, I also did an exercise today. I did an 18K run this morning. I ran at a 7.5 minute per kilometer pace. It's not a 7.5 minute per mile, no, per kilometer. So yes, I'm running pretty slow. My main goal currently is to run a marathon in April. So that is in 3.5 months, actually, or actually 4 months. My main goal there is not to run for time, but to just not get an injury that I would keep for the rest of my life, basically just running it out. Anyway, today we had to shake it out. So we had to, again, think about state before we go into this video. I actually did not do the shakeout. I just wanted to jump in the video and see how that would go. One thing I did notice though is that what I wanted to try to keep doing is really look into the camera, right? So as before, try to make good sentences, speak from the mouth, speak from the belly, try to really have a good intonation, as we talked about yesterday. But another one, and then one important point, is very much keep looking into the camera, because what I've noticed is that the more time goes on, so the less basically I know what to say, the more my eyes deviate towards looking away from the camera, right? Which isn't an issue. I think Thomas also in one of his videos said, looking away isn't an issue. In some cases, it can even give quite some authenticity. I agree with that. However, I just wanted to try to keep looking into the camera as much as possible, right? How good am I able to do so? Yeah, so day 3, again, a mixed bag of what I wanted to talk about. One of the things that I do wanted to talk about when we're talking about state, my current state is completely elevated. Sometimes you have some of these days where just many things go very well. And today was such a day. It was a beautiful day with family. I did a lot of errands in the house. We renovated our home, so we still have a lot of boxes to unpack, but we moved quite well into that. We're getting there step by step. As you can see in the background behind me as well, there's still things lying around. We have to do some tidying, but we're getting there. I also did, like I said, the 18K run. This is the furthest that I've ever ran in my life. And it felt just great. The last 2 kilometers were a freaking mess. They were painful as I've ever felt it. But now it's like 10 hours later, I feel amazing. I feel great. It's in the evening. I do, however, when I lay down on the couch, I just watch some YouTube videos, lay down on the couch, my legs freeze up completely. So I do think some recovery work might be important. I do, however, take good magnesium supplements, fish oils, calcium, vitamin B, D. I do everything of it, and I ate pretty well as well. So just a good night rest should clear up that. But yeah, it feels like a productive day, a good day. Been there with my twins, with Lily, with Logan, and Natalie was there the whole day. Yeah, it's some things are tough, there's always things in life that pick you up or take you down, and most of the time those come at the same time, right? So some things go well, some things don't go well, and that's just part of it. But no, today felt better than usual, and I must say, I'm not too shy to say that sometimes you're just proud of yourself, right? Of what you've accomplished. And definitely the goal of running the marathon is giving me that type of confidence, right? Running further every weekend on my long runs on Sunday. Yeah, that is actually something that is really confidence boosting. And I did not expect that, that the longer you're able to run with a body like mine, I'm 6'4". I think it's in centimeters. Well, I know it exactly in centimeters, like 194 centimeters. And I'm a pretty heavy man. I'm 100 kilograms, which is, I think, 220 pounds, maybe 230 pounds, something like that. So that's big, right? That's also why I have a running coach, by the way, Vale. She's amazing. She also really, I took her specifically, or I went for a running coach specifically because my main goal is to run the marathon without getting a lifetime injury, right? So she's really supporting me with that, and she's making the whole training peak schedule and everything, even supporting me with food and tips and tricks during the run. So all of that is going great. Just some good ups, right? Some great ups. There's also some strong downs. However, I'm keeping those for myself, by the way. But yeah, I'm also really enjoying these videos. I love it. I really look forward to looking back to these for some reason, right? Seeing how did I look? What did I go through? What was my mental state? How did I look in the camera, right? How were my eyes set? I can always see a lot about myself when I look at my own eyes, when I look at my expression. And I just, yeah, these videos are interesting for me because they're like a log, right? I can really look back in time and see myself at a certain stage, which is exciting for me. It's interesting. It's an experiment. It's fueling. I just hope I can keep up doing this, and because that will be amazing. Anyway, guys, I think that's enough for now. I'll see you in the next one. Thank you very much, and I look forward to day 4 of the 30 days filming myself. Have a good one. Bye-bye. Okay, this is the 4th day of the 30-day Film Yourself challenge. So we are at day number 4 out of 30. I am repeating myself. I can feel that I'm getting tired, not from the 30-day challenge, but it's typical for me to film these videos late at night. So basically at the end of the day, it's now 10:30 in the evening after a pretty long day of intense work, chores in the home, side things, you know, doing all kinds of stuff, home improvement stuff, running 6K run today. I went into a bath, by the way, as well. Why I'm sharing all these details, I don't know, but it's going to be interesting to see for my future self what a day would look like. Anyway, what I'm learning in this course very much is that the current phase that I'm in, which is week 1, is very much about state, right? So it's about mental state, it's about physical state. Thomas is really hammering us on the fact that state is a very important part of filming yourself, right? So how do you feel? How do you mentally, are you feeling mentally clear? Are you physically feeling as de-stressed as you can be? Do you feel well? But I get this, I completely get this. Today's exercise to get in the right state was a breathing exercise, actually 4x4 breathing or 4x4 breathing. Funny enough, this is a breathing exercise that I've done many times already in the past. I actually very much preferred. I actually did it also before filming this video. If you don't know, it's a 4-second in-breath, typically via nose, then holding your breath for 4 seconds, out breath via nose for 4 seconds again, and then holding your breath for 4 seconds. I'm actually using a pre-recorded recording of the 4x4 breathing exercise on the Insight Timer app. I could even link to it below if people are interested in the one that I'm using. It's a pretty neat little recording where you would do 5 minutes of this 4x4 breathing. And it's yeah, it's pretty decent. It gets me in a good state, clears my brain, so definitely something to recommend. Yeah, so what I was saying, right? I get it. State is an important one. It's something we need to focus on. It's something that has to be worked out and also really much incorporated, right? It's the first step, clearing your head, getting into focus, de-stressing, get mental clarity so that you can provide a good, comprehensive, and well thought out story, right? Communication can only be done well, in my perspective, and I think in everybody's perspective, when the brain is as clear as possible. Anyway, what I wanted to talk about specifically is a topic that is very much a dream of mine. So the dream of mine is I wish I could keep on filming and uploading for as long as possible, right? So it's not only the 30 days. The dirty little secret or the dirty little wish is that I find this amazing. I enjoy this very much. The filming, the prepping, the tingles that I get, or the little stressors that I get thinking about, oh, I need to film. What am I going to say? I have so much to say. Actually, I have a full list of things that I would wish to discuss, and many of those hopefully will come by. So the exercise from Thomas, where he basically says, talk about anything that you like. For me, that comes very naturally, right? I think I'm fitted for that. So yeah, that would be the bigger dream, right? Not only get good on camera, because like I said, it's gonna support my job. It's very much a camera-based occupation, selling over Zoom. But the dirty little dream is that I wish that I, like I said, I could make my creativity into a job. Maybe film even more, maybe spend some more time on videos, more fancy ideas, fancy camera work, those type of things. I would love to work on a skill set that like that, right? Like actual filmmaking, longer scripting, preparing more in-depth video ideas, and get creative with videos themselves, right? How you're angling a camera or shots that you're making. I'm so interested in that, and I would wish to go even more deeper into that. And I also have these fun little concepts where I would love to read a book in 30 days and basically read a section, right? So divide a book into sections of that I can read one section every day for 30 days and then finish the book at the last section. And then in a short 10-minute video, try to concisely present what I've learned in that specific section of that day. And then go through maybe some more obscure books or more well-known books on specific topics, philosophy, could be biology, could be stoicism, could be health, anything, endurance, racing, training, those type of things. That would be very interesting to me. But the thing is, though, that I'm always struggling with, and I don't want to call it imposter syndrome, because I think you should be more professional to have the right to say that you have imposter syndrome. But I feel like so much has already been said, right? Like everything has been said, and I know everybody can find their own uniqueness, and that is what every guru on the web says, right? Everybody has their own uniqueness to sell or to present or to, but still, if I would want to do things like long term, I wish I could use my creative part of my brain to really come up with interesting concepts, things that haven't been done before, right? Things that stand out. That would be the amazing dream, and that is what I would definitely want to strive for. So not copy and pasting things that already have been done, but really coming up with something unique. Yeah, and that's where I want to end it. Try to come up with unique stuff. That is definitely going to be the goal. Thank you very much. Have a good one. Bye-bye. Okay, welcome to day 5 of the 30 Days Film Yourself Challenge. I must say it has been a few days since I made a video again. I think it was like 3 days in between in which I didn't do a film. First of all, I don't feel bad about it. To be honest, I'm at a stage in my life where I would have beaten myself up in the past a lot if I wouldn't be able to keep going continuously for 30 days, every day straight, you know, being very harsh on the discipline side of everything. But these days I just know, don't be too harsh on yourself. It's very easy to be too tough on yourself. And when you're too tough on yourself, you burn out, you fail, you quit. It's very easy to basically be too tough on yourself. That's what I've seen, basically. So I don't understand specifically why I'm starting out with that, but it is something that I wanted to share. Also, I'm sitting in a basement or in a garage, and the reason that I'm sitting there is it has to do with fear. I haven't told anybody except for my wife that I'm doing this, and currently I'm vacationing with family members in the Swiss Alps. It's beautiful over here, by the way. It's insane. Maybe tomorrow I'll take a video and put some of the mountains on the background. But the fear has triggered me to basically find the most quiet place somewhere in the house where nobody would be able to hear me make this video, right? It's a combination of shame, right? A 31-year-old filming himself, talking about whatever, ranting on the web, posting it online, shitty camera quality, shitty editing, feeling like Casey Neistat, the YouTube vlogger, blah, blah, blah. No, I don't feel like any of that, right? So I don't see myself as a big shot, but still there is this judgmental fear, right? So even though I consider myself a solid person, there is still this insecurity with doing these type of things, right? So I just wanted to, how do you say that, put that down on camera, basically talk about it, share that feeling over here, basically that insecurity, right? Filming yourself, being public about it. Yeah, because could come across quite childish. So therefore, and also now, just right now, as we were speaking, I was sensing, or I felt like somebody was outside of the door, maybe listening in, and that triggered some anxiety, or it triggered some, oh shit, somebody's gonna barge in right now, see me with a video or a camera in my face, or not a camera, just a phone, filming myself, and then I had to explain like, hey, what am I doing here, blah blah blah. Yeah, that triggered something, and it still triggers something. The goal for this vacation, and we're going to be here for 11 days. Yes, we are European, right? So we get quite some days off. We're going to stay here for 11 days in the mountains in this beautiful chalet. Yeah, it is definitely something I would want to overcome. At a certain stage, I would love to pick up the camera and basically just talk about whatever in field view with everybody there. Not be that afraid of it, and I think that should also be one of the missions actually in the coming days. Not be that afraid and just pick up the camera and talk to it, and then film my life and make a video out of things that happen. You know, why not? Yeah, that would be an amazing achievement if I would be able to overcome that fear of filming in public, sharing with people that I'm doing this, that I find this interesting. It's actually very interesting and strange that I do post online, but the whole concept of filming, the actual act of it, that feels very private. It's very strange. That feels like a very intimate one-on-one interaction with the camera. Something almost like walking naked, right? It's a very intimate thing, a very intimate thing for yourself, a very intimate interaction with the camera. Yeah, that's how it feels. Very strange. It's interesting that I'm putting this on camera right now. These thoughts, very much inner thoughts. But I think it would be a great hurdle to cross, to make it less intimate, to make it more public, to feel more comfortable with it. Anyway, that was what I wanted to capture for today. See you in the next one. Have a good one. Bye-bye.
Okay guys, this is, I think it is day 6 of the 30-day film yourself challenge. I just ran 16 kilometers through the mountains of Switzerland. I don't know if you can see them in the back. It is quite misty today, so it's not really easy to see all of it, but oh shit, had good preparations, had the right gear, had some power juice, some Moreton, I think it's Moreton, right? It's the stuff you drink to stay hydrated, with isotopes, with electrolytes, with calories, carbohydrates, those type of things, some fluids. So I did well, 16k, 2 hours 10 minutes, so it's slow. I'm training for a marathon, as you guys know, so I'm very slow. I'm way too heavy. Future me at this time, you were close to 100 kilos at a height of still 193 centimeters. So that is, I think it's like 220 pounds in international weight, and like 6'4" or 6'4 and a half, something like that. I don't know. Oh, by the way, this is also the first time that I'm filming outdoors, holding the camera in my hand, which is pretty awesome. Look where we're walking now. We're walking past this very, how do you say that? This very Swiss type of cabin. This is actually a stall for cows, so you can see the stuff that is coming out of here. See, some very Swiss signs. Don't know, what does it say? Thank you for saubere Wiese. I don't know, for clean fields. That they thank you for not having your dog shit in the field. Or Wiesen, I don't know if that is like a meadow or a road, or if it is like a weiland, which is like a field, basically, a farmer's field. These are all farmer's fields, as you can see. So the Swiss, they are very much farmers, and also, as you can see here, right, they don't mind when it's like a 45 degrees slope, like over there, they will farm it. They are not afraid. These people are definitely not afraid. I love the Swiss. I love the country. It's so peaceful. And it's actually my first ever run here, ever. Also literally my second run above, or not, my third run above 15 kilometers, right? So I've practically been running for, how do you say that, for, how much time is it now? I think since July this year I've been running. So practically that is, yeah, a few months. It's December now, so that is 5 months. 5 months of real active work, trying to better myself, trying to train for a marathon in Rotterdam, which is in April, actually mid-April. So that is 3.5 months from now. Yeah, so all of that is good. My legs feel great. My energy strategy actually for this run, because I really had a strategy. I don't only have the gear and everything, right? I have a vest, as you can see. I had a pretty solid strategy and it worked out great, which was basically during the run, because it was 16k, it was a straight line all the way to Lenk, and then at like the midpoint I had to run back basically. So my strategy was just sip on one bottle, which is like a half liter with the power juice in there, and then basically sip until the middle, then it's empty. Didn't time it perfectly, but anyway, and then on the way back just keep on sipping on the other one. And that worked out very well actually, and at the last 4 kilometers I actually got some power out of nowhere. So it just came to me and my legs felt like leaves, or how do you say that, like feathers, right? Like wings, like I had wings, which felt amazing. And even though there were some uphill parts, which is also first for me, by the way, trails, I had to do some trails and I had to do some uphill, downhill. Yeah, well, you guys maybe know the Netherlands. The Netherlands is probably the most flat country in the world. The French, oh, look at that. There's a sheep. Look at that. There's a little sheep over there looking at me. That is funny. Look, he's looking at me. Literally like a little sheep stall, like where all the animals are, right? So anyway, yeah, so a lot of firsts. First time filming outdoors, filming in the rain. It's raining, you guys can't see it, or maybe you can, maybe you see it on the camera. First time running in Switzerland, third time running above 15k, first time running trails, first time running quite some elevation. I think it was between 200 or 400 meters of elevation as well, and we're above 1,000 meters, also basically in the mountains, right? So yeah, a lot of firsts, which is good. I like it. That gives me a lot of positive energy, to be honest. And it's still also pretty early in the day, right? I think it is not even 2 o'clock in the midday, so 2 p.m, right? Which is, or is that a.m? I never know. I always forget. It's not, for me it's like 1400 something, military hours. Not that I have military experience, but that is just how we Dutch, 14 something, that's how we say stuff. That's also how we write it. So anyway, guys, I'm all close to the car now. Heading back to the vehicle, and then driving back to the chalet. Like I said yesterday, I was a little bit afraid because nobody knew that I was filming. But after that video in the garage, right, I basically said, fuck it, guys, I'm filming and I'm gonna do it anywhere where I want. I want to improve. So I'll see you guys later. Have a good one. Bye bye.
Okay, welcome to day 7 of the 30-day Filming Yourself challenge. It is the end of the week, obviously, day 7. I've done 6 days beforehand with exercises mainly focused on state. State, for those who don't know and are just chiming in, is basically the mental, physical state that you're in before going on camera. I did a little bit of background research, and I think the whole state activity has very much to do so with, let's say you have to go on stage, right? Or let's say you have to act, or you have to be in a specific moment and deliver your all. Your state is everything, right? So I read that newscasters, actors, everybody that has to go on camera or present in the most maximum way, state is a big thing, right? I must say in the course, it's not very much explained why this state is so important. It tells you a lot about clarity, about that mental state, or a clear mind, a decluttered mind, a less anxious mind, that is important. But where it comes from, right? Why are we specifically doing it? And why are we doing it 6 days in a row? That doesn't really come across. So that's a little bit of feedback from me on the course to Thomas. For the rest, I must say it has been a lot of fun. I'm really enjoying the process of filming myself. Day 7, the exercise was to look back some videos to see where did I come from, right? So what was my first type of videos? What are specific things specific to me that I do when I'm filming myself, right? So are there any types of, I don't want to say caricatures, but specific attributes that I have when I speak in camera, right? Is it, for instance, that I look away a lot, or that I say a lot of or that I speak in a certain way, or that maybe I speak with a lot of saliva, or maybe I'm slow sometimes, or maybe my tone isn't good, right? So I had to analyze my videos, and I actually picked out 4 videos, which in total already was quite a lot of time, right? It was 30 minutes of reviewing. I had to take some notes, which I actually did. I bought a booklet specifically for this course, a booklet in which I write down ideas to talk about. And I'm not saying it's getting quite full, but I also enjoy the whole back end of this whole process, right? Coming up with ideas. What do I want to talk about? Is there a storyline here? Doing some reviewing. All of that is actually being taken down in the book. And for me, a booklet is a big thing, because typically I used to note take everything digitally. So the fact that I'm moving to physical now, I don't know what it says yet, but it says something, right? It says that I care a lot and that I want to have the physical transaction with pen and paper, really ingrain it via the physical movement and not just typing. So that is interesting. I don't know what it means yet, but I do feel like it means something. Anyway, I had to review my videos. So I reviewed 4, like I said. One specific thing that I saw a lot is that I sometimes say a lot of So I can't force it now, but there's a lot of moments where I'm looking away, like I'm doing now, and there's like an moment in there. And while I'm actually talking about the I'm kind of getting a little bit of a blockade, to be honest, with my whole talking right now, which is fine. Obviously, that is like hitting a wall while running long distances. You just have to recoup, getting out of that and do better. But I very much in the moment, so I keep on recording now actually, because this is an important moment to capture, something I would want to definitely look back on and see later on what happened here. But I am hitting a kind of a mental wall. Maybe I should have done a state exercise. Who knows? Maybe Thomas was right after all. That state is very important. Anyway, let's move on to the next subject. The next subject that I wanted to talk about briefly is actually, I did a little bit of a review of 2023. It was an amazing year. You know, my kids were born in 2022, but they really came of age. Well, not came of age. They started walking, talking. I got twins, right? I got a boy and a girl, Lily and Logan. It's just been a blast. It's amazing to be parents, especially from twins, or of twins, a boy and a girl. It's magical. And my wife and I are still very much happy together. We're doing great. It's hard work, right? I'm not gonna lie about that. It's hard work. We've been together 11 years, but we care so much for each other. We love each other, and we find it so important to work on things, right? So anyway, that's maybe for a later topic. So 2022 was great, right? Work-wise, also pretty good, I must say. Did some good things. Many things could have gone better, and I'm honest about that, and I know that. I care about it a lot. Um, did not always get a lot of guidance. I knew that it's not a problem. That was the role that I was in. 2024, I'm actually going to get a lot more guidance. So there might be a nice progression in my learning curve, to be honest. So that is very nice. And just very much excited about 2024. You know, I set up two specific goals. Um, one is to run 2 marathons. One is already in the books, or not in the books, but in the calendar for April in Rotterdam. And I also want to do the Amsterdam Marathon as well. So yeah, that's that. And then on the video wise, I would love to film in total 100 videos. So that would be amazing. I already done 7 now. That would be a crazy goal if I would be able to reach that, right? So then I have health, I have creativity, the videos, and work-wise, I just want to do good, right? I want to do good by my company, or good for the company, for the founder, for the team, and family-wise, I just want to keep on doing what I'm doing. I think I'm doing okay there. So yeah, just a big year, good stuff. I'm excited for it, and we're almost there. So thank you for watching. I appreciate your time, and have a good one. Bye bye. Hi there. Good morning. This is day 8. Today I'm filming outside again. I wanted to give you a view of what I'm looking at. So first of all, as you can see, I'm in a very Swiss chalet. Look at that. That is quite the view, right? Anyway, second time filming outside, which is pretty interesting. I don't do it that often, like we discussed before. Very much has to do with just the fear of being seen while filming, right? So for some reason that is something that feels threatening to me. But actually, the truth is that nobody's home right now, so I didn't really care so much for doing so. Walking around the house now. Wanted to give you a good insight into where we're currently at. Look at that. That is the mountain ridge going all the way up, as you can see. That's the neighbors. Anyway, it's quite the breathtaking view, if you'd ask me. It's very, very good when you just walk outside. You just look at everything. It's pretty insane. Look at that. It's just breathtaking where this is. It's incredible. As you can see, the sun is out. It's a completely blue day, so the sky is completely blue. It is just amazing. The air is amazing. It's a little over 1,000 meters here, so over a kilometer high, which is, it's not that high, right? You have these ski, as you can see, there's not a lot of snow here because it's that low. So if you go closer to 1,500 meters, that is where the snow is way better. But it's not too bad. It's still pretty good. Yesterday I went skiing with my wife, with Natalie. We let me arrange this a little bit. We went skiing out in Saarmöser, so now we are in Zweisimmen. It's in Switzerland. It's probably, if you go into this area, it's one of the first villages that you would cross. You have some ski lifts over here that take you all the way into the main skiing area. So yeah, yesterday we did some nice skiing. I actually really much enjoyed it.
Still very much teaching Natalie how to ski. I myself, I've been doing it since I was 4 years old in the Alps here in Europe, right? So mainly in France, Austria, Switzerland. She has not, therefore, she's not a bad skier, but still we're starting from the very beginning, right? And just taking it one hill at a time, and she's actually very much improving. I think it's very incredible how athletically gifted she is. It's still not dangerous. It's what is very dangerous sport, but it's still a tough sport to learn, right? Because you're on the mountains with these people. It can feel very scary with all the noises around you. People over here are very good skiers because it's a smaller area, very Swiss area, right? So not a lot of tourists, and these people are good skiers. So there's a lot of whooshing around you on the piste when you're a beginner. So that's a tough one. Anyway, I enjoyed the process of teaching her. Not that I'm really teaching her, I'm just showing her how I would do things. So I don't know if that really constitutes teaching. Anyway, yeah, I must say it is interesting that I'm daring to film outside, even though that there's nobody here. But they are neighbors, right? So people could basically listen in if they would want to. But maybe they think I'm just recording for a family member, right? That could be the case. Anyway, as you can see, I'm looking straight into the sun, so that's why I'm wearing glasses. My favorite glasses, by the way. Yeah, not so much to update on this day. I should have looked at the day 8. At the day 8 exercise, I didn't do that. From Thomas, I didn't do that. I don't know why I didn't do it. I just didn't felt like it. It's actually also pretty early in the morning. It's around 10 o'clock in the morning. So I'll just look at day 8 tomorrow. I think that's just fine. I think I'll do that, and then I'll take it from there. So have a good one. Bye bye. Welcome to day 9 of the 30-day Film Yourself Challenge. Today is the exercise in which we need to eliminate the word from the vocabulary. I know personally that the word is one that I'm really enjoying. It's one that I use often when I feel most comfortable. When I see video of myself back, I know that the is actually one that I use a lot. The whole goal of this exercise is to basically feel, to get comfortable with the fact that shouldn't be part of the vocabulary, because it can distract people, it can distract yourself. So we shouldn't try to keep it in there, and we shouldn't be afraid of the occasional silence that might actually come in there as well. Quick update here, it's 11 o'clock in the morning, still in Switzerland, as you can see, mountains in the background. The weather is a little bit less sunny as yesterday. The kids are in bed, so I have a quiet little moment for myself. Those are like the only quiet little moments, the moments when the kids are in bed. So that's why I thought, hey, let's do the exercise. I have a little bit of a different filming angle these days, so I'm not looking straight into the sun. Actually, the sun is behind me. I think the background this way is also a lot better. Oh, there are the there. It's pretty tough to intentionally try to avoid the word yeah, see, I do it again. That's interesting. It's like a little moment of just gathering your thoughts, where you use the as a nice filler. Now I really try to not say it, the word and just take a breath. Pretty difficult. It's also very much part of my style, in which I use the word. But what I wanted to talk about is, again, the fear of being heard, the fear of being seen. I'm very much exposed again
with all these neighbors around, anybody could basically see me film. It is kind of the struggle of the moment, right, where I'm sharing with you guys that I find that tough, difficult when there are people around, being able to listen in, being able to see me while I'm filming. However, I've really been thinking about something that a coach once said to me, is that Julian, basically everybody out there, or let me say it differently, nobody out there is actually caring about you, especially random people on the street, in the bus, in a restaurant. Nobody is actively busy thinking about you. They might be doing so for, let's say, like a microsecond the moment you come in, and they see you. That could be a moment when they might be thinking about you, or looking at you, or basically for a microsecond assessing you based on your charisma, your look, based on your outfit, based on how well put together you look, or if you're with a beautiful woman, something like that. The rest of the time they're actually not giving a fuck. They are not thinking about you at all. So yeah, that's an interesting one, that I'm very much thinking about these days, right? It shouldn't be that difficult to just not give a flying fuck when doing this type of exercise. I'm very much doing this for myself. The improvements very much comes toward myself. It's not like others get better from this. Potentially my family, right? It's a lot of self-therapy as well, talking into a camera. But for the rest, nobody really gets affected. That's also the beauty of this. People might think it's strange, holding up a camera yourself and filming yourself, but that's it. And I'm actually pretty proud of myself, because while I was speaking just now, two neighbors came out of their houses and basically started doing their thing, and they could have potentially listened in, or heard me, or saw me do this. So it's still tough, right? It's still a moment that I'm struggling with, and I'm being very open about that specific struggle. But that is also very much part of the storyline that I wanted to incorporate in this video, right? So I've been thinking a lot about storyline, not because I have this main character complex, right? I love the main character theme, or category that is popping up, right? So main character syndrome, and people say vlogging is very much they say a symptom of main character symptom, or main character syndrome. But I think a storyline is good, because it will help me, put me on a trajectory for what is the mission for these videos, and why am I doing this, and what is the bigger goal, right? So I already said earning eventually with creativity, and taking you guys basically on the way there. That's a big part. Also professionally, right? The videos, they could really support me in being more comfortable on video. But also I think there is also a storyline, and I can use the video to force myself to do uncomfortable things. Very much like, I don't know if you guys know yes theory, right? Do uncomfortable things, because you'll get less anxious, you get a thicker skin, and that is very much something that I think these videos could propel me toward. Not that I'm very anxious these days, but we can always go to a better, how do you say it, an even better level, right? So these videos could be the accountability to put myself onto that next level. So that is a quick thing that I was thinking about, and I wanted to share with you guys. And I'll see you tomorrow in day 10. Thank you very much. Have a good one. Welcome to the number 10th day of the 30-day Film Yourself Challenge. In all honesty, like before, this is 5 days away from the last time that I filmed for this challenge. The reason for it is, well, I've pretty much been in quite a slump. Lots of drinking, lots of vices, smoking. Picked up cigarettes again. Many people there that liked a ciggy, right? So, yeah, that wasn't amazing. To be honest, also my head isn't really there, right? And again, this is how do you say it? A completely authentic, real version of what I wanted to portray on the web. But the last 5 days they were, minimal thinking about health, no running, no meditation, no riding, just drinking. A typical last week of the year, right? However, I am very much committed to doing better, to actively make January a very good month. Started today. This is the 2nd of January. Started with a good days of work, then a run, 8 kilometers run. Took a bath, some very deep relaxation, which was needed because yesterday we actually drove through the night for 10 hours. We packed our bags, jumped into the car at 6 p.m. and drove all the way 1,000 kilometers to the Netherlands in like one ride. We had to obviously stop for gasoline, but it was quite exhausting, and I always do the last part, right? So we came home at around 4 in the morning. I think it's 4 a.m. So 4 in the morning. Still had to unpack the vehicle. You don't want to put it out there full of valuables. Put the kids to bed. Logan, our son, who is 1.5 years old, right? We got twins. He really does not like the car rides. He does do a lot of sleeping, but he needs a lot of hand holding. And the stops that we do, we actually do for him mainly because he just needs a little bit of attention throughout the way, which obviously I understand, right? It's a young baby. Anyway, and we love him to death. Also, Lily the same, but she's less demanding on these routes. She's quiet, just sleeping, very peaceful. Anyway, so back in the Netherlands again, back in our new house that we renovated. Renovations ended a month ago. It was quite the labor of work. We did nothing ourselves, although we did plan to do so. Eventually we did nothing. As young parents and both full-time working, it's just, you can wish, right? You can make romantic thoughts up. You see these great videos of people time-lapsing, renovating their whole house. I'm always oblivious to the fact, don't these guys have like a full-time job? Or maybe they do. They have like killer discipline or killer energy. I don't get it. I find it spectacular. If it's factually so that they combine it with regular life, which I'm guessing most of them actually do, right? That is very impressive. I don't have that type of energy. So that is not my cup of tea. Anyway, the house it's amazing. It feels like a home. Everything is fresh, new, from the ceilings to the floors to the walls. Everything is fresh and crisp and looking great. So this house for the next 15 years, we will not have to touch it, which basically in the end was the plan, right? And also with this house, the end goal, like we've done before with both our homes, we lived there for a period. We tried to pay it off, well, not fully, but as much as possible. Make it interesting for when a renter comes in, that we get what you would call it, some difference, or that you keep some of the rent if we would decide to rent out the house. We get some net profits out of the home after retracting the mortgage and costs, and that is the plan, right? Build up a small portfolio that way. which we're already pretty much doing, and we're very happy about. So that's the plan with this house. Lastly, I wanted to talk about some things that I've been thinking about when talking about these videos. For me, because I've been looking back to them, obviously, they look very unstructured, or they come across unstructured, right? There is no typical structure. I'm going through maybe some subjects that are repeatedly coming back. That is something though that I want to incorporate, right? Some things that continuously come back as a subject. One of it could be running, one of it could be our finances. I'm always very much interested in that. Things like saving money, investing, real estate. I know it's very regurgitated and people have been doing it many, many times. But the difference is I don't see many Europeans do it, right? So maybe I also want to talk a little bit about Dutch culture. I don't see that many, how do you say that, YouTubers out there. I don't want to say I'm a YouTuber, none of that, aspiring obviously, but I don't see a lot of those really talking about Dutch life. So running, finances, Dutch life. Also parenting twins. I think that is a very much an interesting subject. And the fifth is basically an all-over life improvement journey, right? So for me, it's very much a goal to make 2024, and that's why I'm recording all of this, obviously, a year in which I really excel, a year in which maybe every month has a theme, and I'm still really much thinking about what should January be. And I actually want to copy my wife, because for her January is a very spiritual month. So I was thinking maybe copy that as well, and do like her, write every day, meditate every day. What else did she do? Oh, she's gonna do like a breathwork session. She's gonna do a yoga retreat. I haven't signed up for those, but she's gonna do a lot of journaling. Anyway, I thought maybe do only a tiny bit of that, and also make it like January a spiritual month, a month of reflection, of thinking about the future, but also very much a month of relaxation, right? Not overstretching yourself in month one, like I think 99% of people do when it comes to New Year wishes or resolutions or ambitions for the new year, right? They jump headfirst in there in January. They completely burn out halfway February, and then halfway March or May. If they're very dedicated, they end up falling off the wagon and getting twice the weight back that they lost, right? If you're on that type of journey. Weight for me could also be a very interesting journey, by the way, because I'm overweight, I'm too heavy, I'm too big. It is something I've struggled with my entire life. So if I could document the fact that I could shed some of that and improve some of that, that would be amazing. Anyway, long story long for now. I will see you guys in the next one. This was day 10. Thank you very much, Thomas, for building this amazing course. Links below if you are interested in joining. Have a great one. Bye-bye. Hi there. This is day 11 of the 30-day Film Yourself challenge. Today's exercise is a big one for me, because it's actually trying to not talk that much from the throat. For me personally, I'm a very, almost funny enough, enthusiastic throat speaker. Not that I want to speak from the throat. It is very much something that happens automatically. Additionally, I've broken my nose twice. One time, or basically 2 times in fights. And what has happened to be the result of that is that my nose breathing is very clogged up. Also because of many years of smoking. Also my I don't know what you call it, but the nose basically is kind of inflamed in a way where speaking for me or breathing via the nose, and my wife could attest to this when it comes to snoring at night, it is actually very difficult for me, right? So breathing very much happens to the mouth, right? You could call me a mouth-breathing neck beard. I have the neck beard as well, which is, I don't know why I'm rambling like this, but it's just funny to think about it. Anyway, did the exercises of Thomas, where he said, right, type of standing, type of mouth movements, breathing to really try to get the voice out of the throat and basically get it somewhere else. From what I'm actively feeling in my throat right now, I still very much know that the voice is there, it's coming from there. So I have to do more practice to do better at this. But what I did want to highlight, and you probably see it as well in the video right now, is a different lighting setup, right? So a big difference now is that I've actually, in one of the moving boxes, I found a ring light that I've owned for many years. Don't ask me why I bought it. I have no idea what the real reason was. Oh, yeah, I know. I wanted to film unboxings of Magic the Gathering packages. So these are like TCG trading card game unboxings. Oh, not Magic the Gathering. It was Flesh and Blood, an even better version of a trading card game, basically. And I have boxes full of collectibles from Flesh and Blood, actually, because I'm really into it. Maybe one day I'll actually review those or look at those in this series. Anyway, yeah, that is why I had the ring light. So I found it in a box 2 days ago or actually maybe 2 days ago, right after I got back home, because I did some unpacking from some boxes. I wanted to get rid of them, move them to the shed or offload them. And then I found the ring light and was like, oh, this is funny. This is very much a coincidence, right? I'm doing these films. I need the light is good. I could use it. Awesome. Picking it up, installing it on my desk, and now I'm actually using the ring light. However, I did some test videos and I noticed something peculiar about my face. First of all, something that I really want to work on is I am 31 years old, but it looks like I'm 41 years old. Probably that's what many years of smoking, drinking, stress, now stress from parenting does with you. And I'm really considering or thinking about actively trying to work on that, right? Actively seeing, hey, is there any skin routine? I really don't care about my appearance, to be honest. That is something I've always felt very confident about, but seeing these videos, it makes me very conscious of the fact that I have sometimes a very pale or grayish tone to it. And what many people say, that what I've seen is that the grayness comes from many years of smoking. The quality of the skin basically goes down. Also around my eyes, there's a lot of tiredness. Yeah, so that is something I'm considering, right? Hopefully in the future, since it's very face oriented, I might improve. I don't know how yet. So what is going to improve it, right? I still have the same type of stress levels, work just as hard, have just as much things on my mind, family-wise, children-wise, marriage-wise, health-wise, financial-wise. So, yeah, that's always also for me very much a tough thing, right? So you could say focus very much on better skincare. But if the stressors in your life basically do not allow the skin to get the full benefit from that 1 hour a day skincare routine, what if you have limited stress, the skincare routine might boost it by 30% or increase some kind of hormone or improve something with 30%, but the overall stress which you're not working on is only allowing it to boost or increase with 5% because the stress is just blocking any type of improvement that you're making. Yeah, that's always a tough one for me. I hope you guys understand what I'm trying to say here is that doing this routine while the basics are not in order is useless. right? That's basically what I'm trying to say here. So therefore, I personally, I trust in attacking the big things first. So for instance, the stress question, what is giving you the most stress? If that is finances, okay, you need to attack those. For me, I get the most stress from my job. It's not that I have the most particular impressive job out there. I'm a sales guy. I do close to $1 million in sales for the company that I work for every year. I got it pretty much down to the teeth what I need to do to be successful. But still, the type of work is very demanding, right? It's a lot of meetings, it's a lot of selling. Selling is acting. Acting is psychology. It's appearance. It's thinking about how you want to be. How do you want to be perceived, right? It's a lot of psychology, getting in the head of the person in front of you. It's also complex selling because it's services, but also technology, and it's in the industry of cybersecurity and IT. So it's a complex type of sell, many moving parts, stakeholders, those type of things. So it's a stressful job, and there's quotas. Obviously, I need to do well. I need to meet certain goals. But yeah, how do you work on that, right? How do you basically? It's not like you can say tomorrow, okay, tomorrow I'm gonna get less stress from my job. No, you need to change fundamental things, which could be maybe how you approach your day, how you start your day. That could be already a big increase, or how you finish your day. But these are things that I've been working on, not so much lately. Maybe it is something that I would want to work on in the future. Actually, it's bringing some good ideas in my mind right now, which I'm definitely going to write down afterwards. And that's also one of the main things here, right? What we're seeing is the storyline. What are we focusing on? This is very much just me rambling. Many ideas are coming out of here. They are collected in here, which is great. I really appreciate that. But what am I really doing with them, right? At a certain point, I feel like there needs to be some kind of focus, some kind of storyline that has been touched on a lot, some focus in which this content needs to be molded, also for my own self-improvement, right? And also for the interest of looking back, and also the effect what this has on me personally, right? If I can make it a double-edged sword where I improve something and I basically film the process of improving, well, that would be tremendous, right? Anyway, a lot of rambling. Appreciate you guys. This is day 11. I'll see you in the next one. Have a good one. Bye-bye. Hi there. Okay, so this is day 12 of the 30-day Film Yourself challenge. You might have seen some changes over time. Over the past 12 days, I've definitely tried to improve my way of speaking, my intonation, less ums, improved the setup a little bit, the camera position, the lighting, all those things have been improved. Definitely been enjoying the past 12 days, although, like I said before, I do have to mention that I have not actually filmed 12 days in a row. From past experiences, I've very much noticed that I shouldn't be pushing myself, being too rigorous in keeping a specific structure. I think over the past 25 days or something, I've actually spread out these 12 days, filmed when I felt like I wanted to, did not film when I felt I didn't want to. Today I very much did want to film. I just did a 3.5 mile run, so that's a little over 5Ks. This was actually a recovery run. It's now Friday, end of the week, actually the first Friday of the new year, 2024. I'm quite excited for the year. Big things are going to happen, or at least not like I have them on the calendar. Well, actually I do. I have a marathon on the calendar in April. But for the rest, there's not so much big things on the calendar. Is it going to be a very regular year? I don't think so. It's going to be a year in which I would exercise more than I've ever done in the past. Something I've been doing actually for the past 6 months is a lot of running. Actually, last time I checked, I think November was a month in which I've burned almost 10,000 additional calories on top of the regular calories that I would just burn from regular daily life. For me, that is almost like 3 to 4 full days of eating, right? Or full days of power or calorie exertion that I've actually burnt in exercising. It's one particular exercise, it's running, it's jogging, it's very much stage 2 jogging. So no real physical hard labor. Still, it's very much a phase of me building a base for my conditioning. And I've been enjoying it. It's actually the longest run ever that I've done with exercise ever, like I said before. And I'm keeping on doing it, right? So even in New Year, like last week, I don't know, I haven't talked about it a lot, but my vacation was okay. It was pretty good. It was 1.5 weeks, but it was a week of a lot of drinking, smoking, cigarettes, right? So nothing else. Cigarettes, drinking, and eating garbage, basically, right? So that was that. It's not a big issue, but I feel like I really have to recover now. And actually, this week already I did 2 runs, so that is pretty amazing. Yeah, next to that, I've also been writing down more and more what I wanted to discuss. One of the concepts I wanted to discuss, and this is something that I've seen based on a Robert Greene TikTok. So yes, I'm on TikTok, or at least Google Shorts or YouTube Shorts. And there was this part in there where he basically said, for him, after studying history, and I'm a big student of history myself, I've also been a literal student of history actually. I did a bachelor's in economical history, but Robert, not like I know him, but Robert Greene, he said that from his studies it showed that humans actually society was very much rendered or organized in a way where it was very normal for people to wear a mask, a social mask in specific situations, right? And over the past 5 years myself, I've been struggling a lot with the fact, okay, so who am I? For me, it's very, how do you say it? It becomes very easy to just put up a specific mask in a specific social situation or career situation or work situation or family situation. And there are actually very limited locations where I completely drop the mask, right? This might come very controversial to people that I do so, but if you really think about it, probably you're doing the same. And there's good reasoning. Also, Robert Greene in that video said that you do so, right? As a human, not only a man, but also a female, also a child, a husband, a father, whoever it is, you have specific roles in your life, right? So there are very specific roles that you have to apply to yourself at a certain moment in time, right? So I have the role of a father, a friend, a husband, a brother, a son, a colleague, an employee. I have all these roles. It would be very illogical and very ineffective for me if I basically had the same type of, how do you say it, authentic me presenting in all those different roles. Why? Because every individual role actually requires me to behave a little bit differently, to react a little bit differently, right? So to give you an example, the husband role would require me to be in a very much a listening state, or a very, I don't want to say an emotional, but for me, compared to my career mask, a very more social type of state, a very much more feeling type of state. Where feeling is important in business, it is, right? Something like intuition is a very important part. I don't really think that is feeling. Actually, intuition is very much based on a database, an unconscious database, fluid connected to a conscious database, right? In which you unconsciously string together a lot of moving parts, and therefore you say, hey, I have a sense, which is an intuition, but actually it's very much logical that your brain comes to a specific reasoning. Anyway, I digress. Like I was saying, the roles are dictating the mask that you put on. And I think it's not a bad thing, right? And I think it's one of the worst overhyped ideas in our current living conditions, or in our current period in time, where people say, oh, you have to be authentic, you have to be yourself. If you're yourself, people are going to accept you. If not, they are not the ones for you. To be very honest, the moment you put on a mask, you are not yourself. You are yourself behind the mask. And in Robert's example, he said very well, in the 18th century, you went to work, you put on a mask, right? You were there with your fellow brothers, your fellow employees, whoever. You had a specific mask on, you did your thing, you laughed about jokes you didn't really like, whatever. You teased that person, you tickled that person's balls. You, not like you do that on work, but I meant like in a fun way. I don't know how that can be a fun way, but you know what I mean. You teased each other. You played games. You played political games, social games. Everybody wanted to one up each other, elbow in each other for that specific role. That's all very normal. And yeah, so the moment you come home, things change, right? So you put on a different mask, or maybe at home, if you've done well, if you're in a position where you can do so, and luckily I can do so, you can drop a lot of masks. Maybe keep on some once in a while, because the husband mask is also a mask, typically most of the time, right? I know many men, they will have to behave less authentic in a sense when they're with their partner. I'm honestly also one of them, right? I have to be a little bit more emotional than I typically am. I have to be a little bit more feeling, a little bit less problem solving, a little bit less, okay, you're telling me this now, this is how we're going to solve it, or this is the next 5 steps that you need to take to actually get over this feeling, right? While I've learned as a husband role, as a husband mask, there is very much just listening. It's very tough for me, and not talk about solutions, just talk about, oh damn, okay, so this happened, that's very unfortunate. So what now? How do you feel about that? Do you have any idea what you're gonna do? Did you discuss it with anybody else? What, you know, a lot of, I'm not saying, I don't want to undermine it with saying a lot of touchy-feely stuff, but there's a lot more just talking for the talking without, hey, let's get to a solution. Eventually there will be a solution, and I know people will be saying in the comments, oh yeah, you're saying women don't want to solve stuff, blah, blah, blah. That's not what I'm saying. It's just, this is my personal experience, right? A personal anecdote that I've come across. Anyway, so that's what I want to talk about. I wanted to open up about this big deception that is going on in the 21st century, which is be your authentic self and everything will come your way. I say no. All these different roles that you have as a person, you should know them, you should understand them. If you're smart enough, or if you have the ability to do so, you should understand what type of mask, which isn't a bad thing, it is not a negative thing, what type of mask you should be wearing to get the most out of that situation. And getting the most doesn't mean that somebody else will lose. No, it is very much ethically, morally getting that what you want to get out of it. And therefore you have to behave a specific way, right? If everybody was truly themselves, and for instance, for me, if I was truly myself, I wouldn't care to shave. I would get a fucking offensive beard, very long hair. I would probably forget to brush my teeth multiple days a week. I don't really like showering, although I'm going into a bath directly after this. You know, that my wife actually told me that I have to brush my teeth pretty often, right? Because otherwise I smell. If she wouldn't be there, she would not have basically learned me to grow up, or to become, how do you say that, somebody that takes better care of themselves. I would not have done so. So therefore, I put on a mask. One of those masks is that if I come to work, I need to be presentable. So I have to brush my teeth. I have to wash myself. I have to keep my beard significantly shorter than I would love to. Yeah, all those things are part of it. And I just wanted to put that out there, because I think it's an important thing that should be in the world, and people should not be ashamed of it. And lastly, what I wanted to say is also that if you notice that basically your life is just one strung of putting on one mask, putting on the other, yeah, at a certain point you probably could feel a little bit lost. It is important to understand what is beneath it, right? And if that what is beneath it is actually so afraid to put on or to put down any mask, yeah, then that definitely is something that you should be working on. So I'm not saying that it is just great to just walk around with a mask continuously. I would highly recommend you to find a location, a place, a situation, a group, some friends, a wife, whoever, some family members, where you can take a breath, put all of those masks off, and do some introspection and find out who you really are. Anyway, Again, long story long, appreciate your time. This was day 12. Tomorrow is the coveted day 13. Let's see and hope that the number 13 doesn't screw me over. And I look forward to reviewing this one back because it felt very fluidly. It felt very in flow. And I'm wondering how long it actually took. Have a good one. See you. Bye-bye. Okay, welcome. So this is day 13. This is actually day 13 of the 30-day Film Yourself challenge. Yeah, the exercise for today, it was one where it is all about what do you do when you forget what you want to talk about. So basically, Thomas gave us an exercise which he calls stringing of words. Try to string words together continuously to basically come up with this unending blurb of words, which would make it very easy for you to continuously have like a line of thought, right? He explained that a big subset of people, they actually have this thing where sometimes they gas out of words, and I have had it myself as well, probably in one of the earlier videos. You can see where I'm forgetting my train of thought, right? Or I'm going on a specific thread. These videos are also very not, how do you say that, scripted, right? Not yet. I'm not learning how to script or anything like that. It is definitely on my calendar. I wish at a certain point that I would be able to make these videos a little bit more structured, and I have thought and also talked about it, that one of my ambitions at a certain point is to have a way more structured format for these videos. Anyway, in all honesty, the more confident I feel, and I can definitely feel an improvement in confidence in making these videos, even though that it's the end of the day. It's like 7 in the evening, 7 p.m. right now. I had an incredibly hard, tough Monday morning, first day of the week. I think I have 5 client meetings. That's pretty stressful. Had to wash away a lot of backlog that was there from the vacation and the period of not working. So there was a lot on my plate, and still I feel pretty confident to do this video at the end of the day. And I still feel pretty confident of expressing my message or talking into the camera, being able to be confident and communicative. So that could be because of the multiple videos I've done, right? So that I feel more relaxed, more comfortable. My train of thought is more in flow than it has used, or than it used to be. So it could definitely be because of the training. It could also be because I'm high on adrenaline right now. I had a very hectic but focused, dialed in day, right? So I'm still pretty much dialed in. I literally closed down my laptop like a few minutes ago. It's around 7 right now in the evening. I'm headed to have dinner with my family who are below, but I thought I'd squeeze in this video now. And that is also a big improvement that I've seen. I'm actually looking forward to ending my work day with these videos. I look forward to making them. I look forward to talking about whatever is on my mind, right? Like last time I spoke very much about the social masks, right? Today I wanted to talk a little bit about personal finances, because I've been struggling, well, not really struggling, but thinking about some things around personal finances that my wife and I are dealing with currently, right? So it's January, and she made me promise to this month not eat out, and also not buy any Uber Eats, not do any type of delivery, anything like that. And she wouldn't do it either, so she's not doing it either, but it came on her initiative. And the interesting thing is, it's very much showing us how much money can be saved when you're not eating out, when you spend some additional time just to order or to buy at the grocery store, to not get a sandwich of 14 bucks that you can basically make at home, just as royal, just as thickly sliced or fresh, for literally maybe 1/14 of the price, right? So we have been calculating a lot about, okay, at our favorite little lunch spot, we would have paid 15 or 14 bucks for this sandwich, which we're making ourselves right now with the same type of avocado, tomato, balsamico sauce, whatever, cheese. And all in all, this is costing us 1.5 bucks, right? So literally a tenth of the price. And we're feeling very grateful for the fact that we're working on the sandwich together. We're spending some time with the family. We're getting our hands dirty. The kids are there as well. So all in all, it's a very big win, which we would not have expected. It sounds very silly. It sounds very yuppie. It sounds very privileged. It sounds very, how do you say that, spoiled. And yes, we are extremely spoiled, right? So the lifestyle that we have is a very spoiled lifestyle. We earn great salaries. The both of us are working. We have assets that give us some money as well. We obviously we worked very hard for this for almost over 10 years already, right, without breaks. So you cannot say that we are not deserving of it, and I definitely don't say that about myself, but still we wanted to do this experiment, right? The 1 month, the January, where we would not eat out, we do not do any delivery, we do not do any Uber Eats, and I'm liking it. I know it's only, what is it now? It's the 8th of the month, right? So it's not even a third of the month in, but I'm already seeing some mindset shifts, right? So normally when I needed something, I'm like, okay, Amazon, bol.com, or whatever web shop, I need to buy it, get it now, boom, boom, boom. But because of these last 8 days, I'm a lot more conscious about, hey, do I really need this? Like for instance, 2 hours ago, I was toasting a bread, and we have a bread toaster that has only like 2 inserts for bread, right? And they're not that thick and not that long. So I had a slice of bread that was pretty thick and pretty long. And when I was like, oh my God, I have to flip this one halfway around and redo the toasting of it, right? To get the other half toasted. And then you basically have a piece of bread where one side is warm, freshly toasted, and the other one hasn't been toasted for a minute because I had to flip it around. I was like, this is annoying. We need like a professional 4 slots, big ass toaster, right? So that was my idea. And then I was like, we don't need it. Why can't I just take 1 additional minute to flip the fucking bread instead of 4 breads at the same time, do them in a row, do a little bit of get my hands dirty, right? Why does everything have to be so extremely more efficient, more efficient, more efficient? And why do I have to spend like 200 bucks for that to get that like daily 1 minute efficiency? It's just stupid, right? So that was something I was thinking about, and I want to keep on exploring this way of thinking about expenses and finances on these videos, because I think it is important and we can save so much money with it, right? We've actually done our yearly like expense calculation, and we could save between 600 and 1,000 euros a month from eating out and ordering in, right? So that is a crazy amount. We could spend it on so many better things, on assets, on things that would give us continuous income, stocks, dividends, bonds, dividend stocks, bonds, whatever, lend it out to people, give it a charity, do so much great things with it, go on vacations. And now we're just throwing it away to some cheap carbs, cheap sugars, which are carbs, cheap fats, whatever. It is an experience, but it's the same experience when you do it at home. And it feels even more gratifying, right? You do some work, you put some labor in there, you're not being lazy. So yeah, that was a message I wanted to share. Hopefully in the future I will still think the same. I would still be a little bit less lazy than I was. I hope to keep this in. It's only 8 days in. I know I'm talking my head is in my ass already. I feel like I've achieved a lot already within 8 days. It's very typical me. Count my blessings even before I even started the race, right? It's 8 days in. I know that. Still, I am sharing this because I think it is a big win that we are doing this for 8 days already. And maybe in a year, we would have saved a ton of money additionally. And you guys might see the result of that. Awesome. See you guys later. Have a good one. See you in day 14. Thank you. Okay, this is day 14 of the 30-day talking to camera challenge. The exercise for today was to reflect on the previous videos that were made. In total, I've made, well, obviously this is number 14, so 13 videos have been made. In all honesty, I must say that many more have been made. There have been, especially in the beginning, multiple attempts or videos where people walked in, or I didn't feel comfortable with what I was saying and basically had to block the video at like 1 minute, maybe 2 minutes, something like that. So in all honesty, it's not it hasn't been 14 videos. I think it's closer to maybe 25, 30, of which, well, like I said, half of those are failed attempts. They are like 1 minute long, maybe 30 seconds, or I lost track of what I wanted to say basically in the first 20 minutes, or 20 minutes, that would be amazing, first 20 seconds. So yeah, that is actually the full honest truth. But I did review some of the previous longer videos, so some of the videos that had been working out or where I made it to over 5 minutes as the instructions are, and I can see a big difference, right? So for mostly in the way I'm speaking, I can see a big shift in confidence. I can see a big shift in less ums. I can see a big shift in the conciseness, or the what I would call the close togetherness of the words. So that is a big deal, right? It feels like I'm talking more in flow. Also, it feels similar in my head, where I don't have to really think about what I wanted to speak. Speaking and thinking is very much, sorry about that, is very much in sync. So that, I think, is a big improvement. It is a big achievement compared to where I was, right? If I look back, especially some of the first videos, it's very much a non-concise, non-flowy type of making a video. So yeah, it actually really works. If you can say it, day 14 is basically almost halfway. It's the second week. That is a real improvement. It's a physical, mental, visible improvement if I look at older videos compared to now, right? So yeah, my hat goes off to Thomas. Doing these videos, doing these exercises really up your confidence. And that is actually the second thing that I wanted to talk about in the review, is very much the confidence aspect of making these videos. Whereas definitely in the beginning, filming yourself talking on camera, knowing that others might be listening in because the house is small, all of that is, it feels, yeah, you don't get completely anxious or hysterical about it, but it's it is not a natural thing to do. Whereas now in day 14, it is not really day 14, like you guys know, right? I've been not that strict with filming every single day, but probably around like 30 days later, as of the first video, maybe 45 days later, I don't know how long it is. This, by the way, is the 9th of January 2024. But there is an incredible shift when it comes to the confidence aspect, where it has gotten to the point where I actually do not dread making the video so much, right? So it's the flowiness, the way of speaking, the less ums, the quality of speaking. It is the confidence aspect that has very much taken a big boost, right? Being less afraid, being less worried about what others think, just doing, just expressing. And then thirdly, a big one for me is the enjoyment. Like, I'm really looking forward to taking these videos. A big example, for instance, is over the past 3 days, I had 2 examples of days where I was not able to film. So it is now Wednesday, but last Sunday I did a 21 kilometer, not a race, but a run, a big run, a beautiful run down the farmlands here in the Netherlands. It was actually a run which we call the Ronde Hoep. It's like a loop around a canal that goes all the way around. I ran past that canal in the farmlands for 21 kilometers. It was intense. The last 2 kilometers were crazy. But I really wanted to capture that moment after that run, right? The physical pain, showing the stats that I had. I felt so proud. I never ran so far. And I couldn't, because I did not have my phone with me, and really bothered me. So that was the first moment. And the second one was yesterday. Yesterday I went for an 8K run. Yeah, running is very much the sport of the moment, right? The sport of the season. Like, I'm going to run a marathon in April. Um, and yeah, the thing is, again, yesterday, after the run, I was completely down. I didn't want to run. Eventually, I did. I was very proud of myself. I think it's important to sometimes be proud of yourself, by the way. So don't worry about being that sometimes. You shouldn't apologize for it. But I did the 8K run, felt proud again. I was like, hey, 2 days ago I did a 21K, now I'm doing an 8K. I'm doing it pretty well. I'm not doing it fast. I'm not a fast guy. I'm actually I'm too tall and I'm too fat. I'm 97 kilograms at a length of 193 centimeters. So I think that is 6'4", maybe 6'5", I don't know, 6'4.5" or 3.5", I don't know. I don't care. Yeah, that's the beautiful thing. When you're tall, you can say that you don't care, right? The same as when you have money, you can say, I don't care about money. I understand that, okay? But yes, the 97 kilograms, which is, I think, 220 pounds, something like that, 230 pounds, that is way too heavy, right? So I was proud yesterday again after the run. I wanted to film, felt really happy, had good vibes inside of me. But for some reason, I just didn't do it, and that bothered me the whole day. That's why today, on Wednesday, the day after, it is actually the morning. It is now 8:30 in the morning before work. I have something that I want to talk about that is very much has to do with working. Actually, it's called wage slavery. It's something that I've been seeing a lot pop up lately on YouTube, and I'm very bothered about it. I don't get upset that much. To be honest, I don't really care, but it's a very interesting concept to me, the fact of wage slavery. So I'm not going into it this video. I want to go into it in another video, but it is something that has been sticking out in my feed lately. So therefore, I am filming at the beginning of my day, because it has to do obviously with jobs and working and wage slavery. Plus, I really wanted to film. So to recap, all in all, flowiness, less ums, confidence, and enjoyment. These 14 videos, these 14 completely, 99% unscripted videos, they have, achieved those goals already for me. So yeah, I haven't seen any of the exercises that are coming up, and there are still 16 more obviously coming up. I look forward to them. I'm hoping they will be a little bit more about structuring a methodology around what do you want to talk about, right? So I don't say full-blown scripting, but maybe a structure to come up with ideas. And by the way, I don't have to come up with ideas. I have plenty of ideas. I have hundreds and hundreds of ideas of things that I want to talk about, and I get new of them. I get new ones every single day. But it's more of like, hey, if you want to do a quick video, if you want to discuss something, how do you structure that out? Is there like a template or anything like that? Or are there more exercises like I've done before where flowiness improves, way of speaking improves, confidence improves, mind flow improves, whatever. I look forward to those. So yeah, that's what I wanted to say in day 14, end of the second week. Really been enjoying it. Thank you guys very much. Have a great rest of the day. Bye-bye. Hi there and welcome. This is already day 15 of the 30-day Talking to Camera challenge. Like I said yesterday, and I can't imagine that I'm already filming a day later, I am really very much enjoying this, how do you say that, phase in the project. I can really start to see the fun in all of this. It is actually energy giving. I would not have thought that beforehand. So you could even, because I've written about this yesterday evening, you could even categorize this as some sort of self-therapy, right? And I can't remember, I should look it back, maybe one of my first videos where I said that probably this whole period where you do a lot of basically filming, talking to camera, very solistic but still very much therapeutic in a sense, talking to somebody, very much from inner thoughts. I think I mentioned somewhere that I thought that self-therapy was definitely a part of this. I don't know for sure if I did. Maybe somebody can look it up, but I think I did. And that is really shining through. This whole part of talking to a camera, talking about your inner feelings, seeing the improvements, that is actually very confidence boosting. Well, that is also something I said yesterday, but again, I wanted to express that because it's a very much deeply inner sense that I'm having, which gives a little joy. It makes me feel good. It shows me a lot of value that's coming from this. So that is something I just wanted to start out with, you know, a positive note, something positive in this world full of darkness and what it is these days. Obviously, depending on how you look at it, right? So that is the first thing I wanted to mention. Second, obviously, well, that should be very much apparent, is the fact that I have done something which I don't do very often. It maybe happens once or twice a year. It basically is that I walk into a barber shop, and I have one that I very much appreciate in the middle of Amsterdam, called John Barbers. These amazing, I think they're Turkish guys in the middle of Amsterdam on a very busy street, and they do excellent barber stuff. So they do shaving and everything like that, and they do a lot of fades, haircuts, whatever. Right? They're pretty good at their stuff, and it's for a bargain. So even though they are now like a 20-minute scooter ride or a 40-minute bike ride away from my current house, because I'm now in a suburb of Amsterdam, I still drove there, and it was minus 10 degrees sensing temperature, right? So it felt like minus 10 degrees, and I had to go on a scooter, our scooter, which it was insane, but I still did that for them, for their price. Obviously, I'm a Dutchman, right? Cheap guy. And I went there because the quality is great. They gave me a full haircut, and like I said, the anomaly happened where I walked in. They said, "What do you want to do? You have pretty long hair. How long do you want to keep it?" And I said, you know, take a lot of it off. And the result you can see right now, right? It's for me, this is very short hair. It's very uncommon, and especially the fact that I have no beard on, right? So one of the assignments, or actually the assignment for today, was to put a little bit more effort into the preparation of the video, where I had to script out, well, not script out, but for the first time actually prepare what I wanted to say in a more bullet point type of structure. So one of those bullet points was my relationship with my beard, because after reviewing, or after thinking about it a little bit, it made a lot of sense that my wife said yesterday, "Hey, what is going on with you?" After I came back from the hairdresser, right? Once she sees me without a beard, she not only finds it very funny and interesting, because I don't look like myself, in her words. I look like what we call in Dutch blote billen gezicht, which is like a naked asshole face. I don't know if I can say it that way, or like a naked ass face. That's how she calls me, like a butt face, a naked butt face. And she's like, "Hey, are you right? Is everything okay, right? Because seeing me without this, it is a sign of something that is changing." And I said, "No, I just wanted to do this. I've been reviewing my own videos. I'm taking a look at myself." I said, "Okay, the beard has now been all long enough. The hair is long enough. I want to take it off. I want to also capture the moment of a more fresh face, still looking tired, right? From a nicely overstimulated, exhaustive life, which I chose myself. Obviously, I do this to myself, so it's very much voluntary. But still, the whole fact that she said, "Is everything okay?" It made me think, like, what is the relationship with my beard? Because there is definitely a psychological, a mental, and a physical relationship with the beard, and that is very much apparent, because since I think I was 19 years old, I have mostly, maybe for 95% of the time, had a beard. Yeah. So I'm not pulling up any photos or anything like that, but probably from the late 18 years old when I moved to college, which is actually university here in the Netherlands. We don't have colleges, or we do, but we call them a little bit differently. Um, since I moved to uni, which was 2010 or end of 2010, that is the moment when, from that on, it was like 95% beard on. And I've actually analyzed why that was. Because the beard gives me confidence. The beard very much gives me this masculine confidence, right? I think it looks manly. I think it looks Viking-like. I think it looks strong. Even the longer that it gets, the more confidence it gives me. It's also potentially maybe even like a shield, right? Like a layer, some kind of protection mentally that you have, right? The same as like walking with a mask, right? A part of your face is a little bit hidden, therefore it is more private, right? You have it more for yourself in a sense. So it's the masculinity, it's the confidence, it's also the look. It's not that I don't like my face, but I do find the form very much like Natalie mentioned or joked about. My wife is like a very, how do you say that? Yeah, what we said, like a butt cheek face, right? I have a pretty big face. I have a big nose, so it's all right out there, right? The beard gives me this overlay, this confidence, something that makes me feel good. So that is very much a part of it. Now I have to take it back again to what I tried to mention. Interesting. Maybe the whole fact of talking about something like that, right? Talking about the fact that the beard does a lot for me mentally. It does something with me. I can feel that it has an interaction inside me, right? Talking about that, putting that out there, telling that to people, but also discussing it towards myself, right? Getting back to the self-therapy part of this. That is a very interesting thing still, and something I definitely would love to keep on exploring. But on to the next part of this series. I thought it would just also be interesting, right? To not only show that progression of the beard, which could have gone on longer until Natalie basically would have said, hey, cut it out. Now you really look like a Viking. You need to go back to something else, which would never be fully shaven like this. My going back to less is basically with not a razor blade, but like a machine, cut it down to a more small beard, where you would definitely still see the beard, basically, right? So just trimming it. So yeah, it's not. This isn't really a symbol of a fresh start or anything, but I just wanted to capture the fact that this is also part of who I am, right? Actually, a part that is not exposed that much, and there's very much a reason for that non-exposure. It potentially has to do with some fear, some insecurities, some hiding, some confidence that the beard gives me, right? But those are interesting things to think about. I would be wondering if others with beards would have something similar, right? For instance, I once heard that they say people with a lot of tattoos are typically in the range of more high anxiety people, right? I'm wondering if guys that have beards are also more in the range of typical more high anxiety males, right? Because they're trying to hide something. But I'm also curious about the fact how many males that have beards would be willing to basically allow themselves to be honest about, hey, this is potentially covering something up, or it gives me more confidence, just like makeup on a female does, or on a wife, or on a person does. Yeah, so all interesting thoughts. I'm going to do, as a last point, I'm going to do an interval run right now. Wanted to put that on camera. This is going to be my first interval run. It's going to be a pretty long one. It's 1.5 hours exercise, 2K warm up, then 7 repeats of 400 meters sprinting, 400 meters RPE 3 and below, so rate of perceived exertion, I think, or rate of perceived effort. And then like a 1 kilometer cool down. But I'm pretty excited. This is the first time I'm going to do an interval exercise for my marathon prep. I am pretty knackered after a long days of work, so it's already the end of the day. It's around 6 o'clock now. It's completely dark. It's like minus 15 degrees when it comes to your senses, how it feels. So feeling temperature, it's gonna be tough. I'm excited about it, but I have to clothe myself pretty well. And tomorrow, if I'm going to be filming tomorrow I'm going to report back on how the interval went and how I feel. Have a good one, guys. I'll speak to you later. Bye bye. This was day 15. See you in day 16. Ciao. Okay, welcome. This is day 16 of the 30-day talking on camera challenge. Quick update. I wanted to give a little bit of an update just on some live stuff because a lot of things have been happening. A lot of good things, to be honest. I don't know if I've done an update recently. It's been a few days since I filmed a video, so I wanted to do so. This is the 15th of January 2024. So basically the new year has happened for 2 weeks. I looked back at the videos and I tried to see when I did the first video. So when I filmed the first video, and that was actually on the 13th of December 2023. So basically a little over 30 days ago. Which is funny because this is already video 16. So, well, in practice, that basically means I've been filming almost every other day, right? So maybe a rest day, then filming, rest day, then filming. Actually, this has not been the case. I have more of spouts of where I did filming, like every day. Then taking more of a period of a rest, could be 2 to 3 days, and then filming. So that has been my process. It has very much been a feel process where I keep saying I have experience with life in a sense of I know myself well, but it's actually the case. I really do know myself well, where I have the experience of being too rigid. I've been saying this over and over. Not being nice and gentle towards myself will make things tougher on myself. So therefore, I just have to go by feel, right? When do I feel like I want to film? It's very an intuitive process. It's very much feeling the body. I think that is an immense skill to have. Actually, I know I'm wearing all these trackers, right? It's first generation Aura Ring, which is actually pretty dumb compared to the newer generations anyway, which my wife has. I have the Apple Watch, right? The new one out there, the titanium cast. I forgot what the name. Oh, the Ultra, I think it is. So I am tracking everything, right? So you can say, okay, you're not really listening to your body. You're looking at the trackers. That is true, but it is very much still my experience with my body giving me signals about, hey man, you can go on the grit of your teeth or bite on your gums or however you guys say it, and now push through. But in the end, I know my body so well that at pushing through is actually going to deplete more than when I don't do so, when I don't push through. I just recover and then go whenever I feel recovered enough, or whenever my body gives me the signal of, hey, if you would do it now, that's fine. Yeah, you could deal with it now, and you wouldn't deplete yourself as much. And that comes into this area, which I think is essential for holistic living, right? It's not what I try to do is very holistic living. It's not a very focused living where I put all my eggs in one basket, which could be like I want to be the best dad in the world, or I want to be the best entrepreneur in the world. I want to be a millionaire. I want to be a billionaire. I want to do X thing. So one thing very well. No, I would love to be a very rounded person, right? Rounded in every sense. So physically, mentally, parenting wise, financially, spiritually, emotionally, but also when it comes to knowledge, when it comes to wisdom, when it comes to likability or interactiveness with people authentically, being very authentic, having authentic thoughts. I would love to be someone like that, right? I keep reminding myself the story of the fisherman from Mexico who spends most of his day, well, a little bit of fishing, then spending time with his family. Uh, which basically, it's a great story, right? And I've heard it many, many times also on here on the platform, where that is the dream, right? Is it really the dream to work your ass off 50 years long, and then the rest of the time spend time with your family and do fishing? Or can't you already do the spending time with family and fishing right now? That is always the good question. I'm not advocating that working hard is bad. I'm actually a big believer in working hard, but you should do it in a holistic way. It shouldn't be the only focus in your life, right? Anyway, I'm seeing already that I'm going on many, many tangents. However, the tangent that I want to get back to is the very much feeling the internal body, right? I like to say that the body is probably the best fitness tracker that you have, which is obviously a dumb way of saying it, but it actually is, right? There is this notion out there that you should burn the candle on every up, down, side, left, around, whatever angle you should burn the candle at. And it's very much a product of our times, right? Where the stats, they prove it themselves. Where if you're now earning a particular wage, which if you earned that 30 years ago, you would be seen as upper middle class. Currently, that is lower middle class because prices have gone up so much. Um, yeah, I understand why the hustling, the working your ass off, working three jobs, sprinting around the clock, that is very much advocated because people feel like they have to, right? However, it's also very much a product of um, that being marketed towards us continuously, right? It's very easy for a young man, also like myself, 31 years old, to follow the rabbit holes of making internet money, right? Starting a YouTube channel, becoming a millionaire with that. So, starting an online course, it's made seen or looked at as something that is so achievable, so easy, and the only thing that you need to do is buy a course and some consistency, and that will be the guarantee for success. That fake, how do you say that, overselling of you can have that dream life as well, where I know for sure that definitely consistency, some luck, network, skill, timing, they can bring you somewhere. Definitely, they have brought me in certain places as well. Um, but it's not up for grabs. Trust me, I really don't believe that. I think it is very much achievable, but still, for everybody that does it the same way. So for every Urians, there are maybe five out there that are way further than I am, and maybe 95 or 94 that are way behind me or on completely different paths, right? Even though that they maybe did every step completely the same. So have no idea why I got at this point, but I just wanted to talk about that. I don't know if it is interesting for anybody. However, the beauty of this is that it's just very much me rambling, and I feel great about that. Yeah, interesting. Anyway, um, the body life tracker, right? So, if you would ask me, how do you start out really feeling the body. It starts with less overstimulation of the body, right? So the more you stimulate it, the less you'll be able to feel its true feelings, sense its true signals. Where, so for instance, today I've drank 2 coffees. Um, I can feel that is not enough. A typical routine for me is 3 regular caffeinated coffees, small cups, the Nespresso cups, and 2 decaf coffees. However, today, even though I'm following my regular schedule, which is completely not overdoing it, I've 7 years ago I would have drank 16 espressos, completely worked myself down from that angle because it wasn't that helpful. Um, but even though that I'm doing the regular schedule, my body is very much signaling me, you need to drink a little bit more coffee. You need to up the schedule now. By the way, it's around 12. It's like lunchtime on a Monday right now, the 15th of January. You need to up it a little bit because this weekend was a pretty hectic weekend. A lot of family stuff. We had to do a lot of travel with the kids. On Friday, we had to host a big dinner for a lot of friends of ours that came over looking at our new house over here. Um, so that is the signal my body is giving me. Then it's very easy to overstretch, right? It's very easy to give in. My body's telling me I'm very tired. It's very easy to now lay on my bed because I work a lot from home, go on my computer or go on my telephone, just YouTube for the rest of the whole goddamn afternoon. That is bad. No, I'm motivated enough to keep doing my work, and I'm also motivated enough, or I would say sensical enough, to say to feel okay. This is a signal. I'm going to up the caffeine a little bit, but not too much. So where in the afternoon I would regularly drink 1 cup of coffee, I'm now going to drink 2, setting a timer, drink them 1 hour apart, 1.5 hours apart, and upping that level a little bit more. Additionally, I can feel my body needs recovery. So after work, luckily enough, the children are with my father, so with their grandfather. Um, After work, I'm going to take a bath. I'm going to have a crazy relaxed evening, do some reading, some stretching, whatever. Yesterday I did a 17K run, so I know I need to rest, right? So it's just very easy to pick up the signals, not overstimulate it that much. Even though you guys might be thinking, yeah, but you're talking about coffee, right? That is stimulants. Correct, but in the past, I would, one of the stimulants I would do, I would overeat. And I'm still struggling with overeating, but that was something very regular that I would do. If I felt tired, I would eat a lot of chips or salt stuff or chocolate, sweet stuff, right? Overstimulate. Well, the better way to do it is take a step back and go, what is the signal my body is telling me now? Shit, I am very tired. Had an amazing social weekend, but I need to adjust to recover from that, right? Recover is so important, and it's so much overlooked also from regular life, right? Recovery from regular life, your job, your family, your kids, um, the mental load that you're carrying, your financial situation, whatever, as a particular conversation, all of that requires recovery, and people overlook it too much, right? They say, yeah, you can just jump from the one thing into the other, into the other, into the other, and a fucking day has 24 hours. Why wouldn't you work every hour of the day when you're awake? Because you're going to deplete yourself when you're 23. You can do it for like 3 years. When you're 27, you're gonna hit a wall. Trust me. I've been there, done that. Please don't do it. Um, yeah, so that is my nugget of wisdom. If it isn't wisdom for you, that's fine, amazing. Share with me what is a nugget of wisdom, something that I should think about, maybe talk about, if you would want to share it anyway. Maybe there's nobody watching, so there's nobody to give me any things to talk about, which is fine. I'm again very much thinking about this is just me putting something out there into the ether, right? That's very much what it is. It's just putting something into the ether. Like I said, putting it out there in the universe. Uh, like this gratitude as well for life. Um, being grateful for everything that I'm getting. Being grateful for the opportunity that I'm during my work. Right now, I'm doing great work. I'm selling more in January than I've ever sold um, for the business. So I'm feeling great. I'm so grateful for that. The fact that during my workday, it's now 12 o'clock, like I said, my midday, it's like my lunchtime. The fact that I'm able to film this video, that is just incredible to me. And I'm gonna leave it at that. Thank you very much for joining. I'll see you guys in day 17. Have a good one. Bye bye. Hi there. Okay, so today is day 17 of the Film Yourself or Talking to Camera challenge. Yeah, the exercise for today was, I think, an interesting one because basically it said that we had to teach something, right? So, as Thomas pointed out in the video, teaching is probably one of the most valuable skills these days. Um, I've always sucked at teaching. I've always sucked at, and this is just me understanding it from basically a database of professional life and personal life of, let's say, 20 years, right? I'm 31, so since I was 10 years old, I think even kids teach each other stuff. This was never something that I excelled at or that really felt like something that would come naturally. There are a few reasons why teaching did not come naturally for me. The first one is that I find it very tough to not to convey a message, but to have the interaction that comes afterwards, right? So I don't know what that specifically is, but it is very much, uh, you know, propagating something or explaining something. That is, I don't think where the issue comes. The issue comes in the interaction afterwards. I struggle with, particularly, that is something that I've seen, the fact when somebody doesn't grasp it instantly, or well, instantly is obviously unheard of or unrealistic, but I have some experiences where I try to teach something um, where the person that I'm teaching they get it showcased 3 times in 3 different times, and then it just does not click, right? And this could be very rudimentary, very easy to follow things. So the example that I'm giving, I'm showcasing a workflow, for instance. This is in a professional setting, 3 times. This was recently, by the way, last year or in the last year. And still after the third time, it's like, it feels like the person's, their brain is just not on, right? They are showcasing while I'm showing the steps, they're showcasing some comprehension. It feels like, hey, they are aware of what they're doing. I'm sending them off. Then they come back, hey, how was I supposed to do this again, right? And the horrible thing of that is that, first of all, somebody's taking time to teach you. Obviously, that is me. But then a student should be more proactive as well. So, talking from the student perspective, which I have been myself as well for many years, obviously, not only as a real student, but also as a student in life, as a student of mentors, as a student of professional actors, managers, people, investors, partners, people above me trying to teach me something, right? If you as a student are not proactive enough to, when somebody is showcasing you, maybe record the screen, maybe ride along, maybe taking notes, right? If you're not doing that the first time, okay, sure, you're full focused on, okay, what am I supposed to do? But then the second time, make it easy for yourself. Why should you make it so hard for yourself when you are being taught? Right? It is very easy to use technology, to use specific hacks, tricks, to making sure that what has been taught, that you retain that as easily as possible, because it really shows a lack of proactiveness, right? If after 3 times showcasing something, you still come at me or at whoever you're working with and say, "Hey, how was I supposed to do this again?" That is just it's. I don't want to say dumb because obviously there are faster people and slower people out there, but it doesn't show any proactiveness. And I think in this day and age, it is extremely essential to showcase because life and work has gone so fast. It is so easy for someone to replace someone who wants it more, who is more hungry these days, right? So that is my experience. I know that all the headlines are saying you can't find people. Well, I think there are many people out there looking still. I think there are many people out there still trying to do well, but there is an array of people that are just not proactive enough. And obviously, those people would say, "Yeah, I can't find anything, or there's nothing that would fit me." Yeah, that is because you're not proactive enough. It's very easy to, well, it's not easy, but a thing that I would give you is something that I've taught from a brilliant businessman. He said, "There's also something like managing your manager." Right? It's an interesting concept where basically you try to in a sense one of the parts of this aspect managing your manager it is thinking from their perspective, right? So what would they like to see from you? Anticipating what would they want to see from you? How would they want you to interact with them? Right? And obviously you can say, but yeah, these days, I just want to be myself, blah blah blah. No, that is horse crap. Obviously, this is an earlier point I tried to touch on the social masks. Sorry, I have a little bit of a runny nose. But when you're in a professional setting, you just can't be 100% yourself. You have to think from the perspective I am the employee, you are the employer. How does the employer want me to act? Right? The employer is taking time out of his day, right? It is not like it's not like the employee is giving him a gift of actually being there, showing my face. No, you have a contract, right? He expects you to work, to do specific work. Part of that job is when you're being taught that you are proactive in the fact that you're not sitting there like a worm, just listening. No, you're being taught so you need to retain, right? Your boss cannot hold you or hold your hand 24/7. And this might sound like a rant on employees. No, this is not a rant on employees. This is literally me telling someone out there, maybe it's only one person or two people out there, it is a skill to look from the perspective of the other person, right? So, what would my manager appreciate if I did? Would he appreciate it if I rode along? Would he appreciate it if I said, "Hey, can I film this? Can I record this? Can I do a screen recording so I can retain it or I have a reference for later on?" Right? Um, Also, then you don't have to just continuously bug your manager or get their time. No, you can just get the reference yourself, right? It is actually that easy. So even though that I said that I'm not a good teacher, I think this still was a lesson. Hopefully, it does showcase you a little bit, and I don't want to. Hopefully, it showcases you a little bit of I don't know, I'm losing my train of thought. Last thing I wanted to say is I think I have a unique perspective on this because I've been in the different roles, right? So I've been an employee, as I currently am, of a technology company, a fast growing technology company. I also had my own companies as well, where in total I had around 20 people working for me over a time span of almost 8 years in different projects. So I have the perspective, and I've also been a manager, right? So I have the perspective of seeing all the different angles from an employer perspective, a manager perspective, an employee perspective. So I've seen all those interactions. Obviously, I haven't worked for 30 years, but still, in that period, I've seen the good and the bad. And the bad is definitely when you are being taught, be proactive, um, be active and engaged, try to retain as much as possible. And retainment doesn't have to do with the teacher. It obviously has for some part, but it also very much has to do with how you are there. Are you present? Are you taking notes? Are you recording? Are you internalizing it? Are you practicing on your own? So that was the message for today, day 17. Soon we'll go into day 18. I'm excited. A few updates on where I plan to go next, because I do have a plan on where I would like to go next. One big thing is beating my YouTube addiction. So what I've very much noticed, and I've seen this in the screen time on the iPhone that I own, obviously, is that lately I've just been binging YouTube, and it's so bad, right? It's always the thing where people say, can you remember like the third video, the third last video, the third last short that you've seen on YouTube? No, you can't. You can potentially remember the last video that you've seen, right? But then you clicked off. Fortunately, you clicked off. But that's it, right? You've basically brain dumped. You've had so much input. You had so much trigger, so much information overload in there. It is just so useless, right? All the things on there I already know. All the 7 hacks to do X, all the 7 productivity tips to beat Y, all of that is known, right? All the new business models for 2024, all the sleeping hacks, all the how to film yourself, everything. All that information is out there, right? I've seen those videos 500 times. I even catch myself like looking at a title, I think 7 ways to do X or 7 ways to get Y. I'm like, I already know these 7 ways. Still, I click on them, right? It is so dumb. It is so incredibly dumb. So that is definitely something I wanted to work on. That's going to be a tough one. And to, how do you say that? To keep myself on track and to basically make sure I'll stick with it and have the accountability. I thought I maybe for the next 30 days try to go deep into that angle of beating that addiction, because it really is an addiction. It's a vice. It's not only an addiction, it's a vice. The second one that I'm struggling with is my weight, right? I'm too heavy. I'm a big guy. I don't look fat, but I'm almost 100 kilograms, which is like 230 pounds or something like that. That is another one. And the third one is smoking. I've been smoking way less and less and less. I've typically I before I used to smoke a pack of cigarettes a day, but and now I'm down to maybe in a week, maybe 2 packs of cigarettes and sometimes a full week of no smoking. But still, it's very much an addiction. I'm struggling with it. It's horrible. Obviously, it's the most stupid addiction there is. Unfortunately, I rewired my brain from the age of 16. From when I was in middle school. Obviously, everybody starts smoking there because at school everybody does it. The cool kids do it, so you wanna fit in, right? You don't want to be the guy left out. And I was in a very small school with where basically 90% of the people smoked. Anyway, those are all excuses. I want to get rid of it. I'm now a father. I have 2 kids. I have a wife. I have a family where we have a beautiful, stable life. That is something that I need to grow out of. But beating those things and basically becoming a better version of myself, I think that is a very important angle to take on these videos, something I really want to work on. And filming me allows me to have this accountability to really go for that, right? So that was the last thing. I appreciate you guys. Have a good one and talk to you in the next one. Okay. Yes, so officially this is day 18. Unofficially this is day, I don't know. What I do know is that last time I filmed, which I think was, yeah, like day 17, that was the 16th of January. Now it's almost the 1st of February. So yeah, kind of a hiatus. Or how do you say that? Kind of a break. This was very much unintentional. I fucked up on many areas. Had some weekends with quite some drinking, obviously with friends, with colleagues, with loved ones, but I wasn't used to that, no. Since the babies, since the new job basically, which I almost have for 2 years now, I've just been very focused. And the kids are also 1.5 years old, so the past 1.5 years, drinking in the weekends has definitely been something I haven't been doing a lot. And it spiraled me completely. I'm back at smoking half a pack of cigarettes a day, which I feel horrible about, actually. So that's shit. I haven't ran a lot. Furthest run I did was 21 Ks. But for the past 2 weeks, I maybe did 3 runs. I did a run just now. That's why I have this jacket on and this hat on. I did a 7K, so that's also why I kind of found some motivation to pick back up the camera and start recording again. Because I think this is also part of it, right? Actually falling back. And it's a big one. Wow. I felt back in life way worse, right? This is not too bad. Still got my health. Still got my kids, got my wife. I have a job, a great job. Actually, well, not to boast, but I'm very proud of the fact that my salary slip for the past year, so 2023, was around 139,000 euros, including commissions, right? Including bonuses. So, yeah, that was fucking proud of that, to be honest. And I'm proud of today, right? Today is a turnaround. It's very much a turnaround. I can sense that. I have a running coach. I had a great conversation with her yesterday. Would highly recommend her, by the way. Vale is her name, or Valerie, but I call her Vale, or she wants to be called Vale. And oh man, she talked me around. She just said, okay, you know what? I'm gonna upload your new schedule. You're gonna do 3 runs this weekend, very easy. 5 RPE rate of perceived exertion, and just don't overdo it. Fuck, she got me back in. So today I did a run. Well, last week I did like 1 or maybe half, or well, 1 run. I need to get back into it, man. If I want to do the marathon, it's gonna be tough. I need to really do 3 runs this week. Coinciding with all of that, I think work is really picking up. In the sense, I did my biggest January yet. I did around 130K, something like that. So if you extrapolate that out to the year, it's a big year. It's going to be a big year. However, yeah, I don't know how the rest of the year is going to be. I do have a good feeling about it. Really good feeling about it. By the way, a light for you guys on the right, I think. For me on the left, it's very much flickering, so it's about to die. Hopefully it stays on for the rest of the video. But yeah, so work is really picking up, and I have this inclination. I got a new manager above me. He's like our chief revenue officer, US based. Great guy, Steve. Steve Anton, really learning a lot from him. He's really a coaching guy. You can really see the experience. He's just a straight up killer in our occupation, which is selling, obviously, right? Inbound and outbound, and account management, enterprise sales, those type of things. It's amazing, but I'm really motivated to crush it this year, sales-wise. So it's going to be, if I really crush it, it's going to be an even bigger year. Would love to pass the 200K mark, which would be on my 32nd birthday doing that from a job. So not a company, not an asset that I own, just from a job. By the way, taxes here in the Netherlands are horrible, so it's not like I'm making a shit ton from that. Well, of course, obviously I do, but compared to other parts of the world, it's peanuts compared to what I could have earned if I lived in a low tax state or country or wherever. Anyway, I'm not complaining. I'm very happy about what I'm doing. Anyway, I'm very much in a good motivated spirit to crush it, which I had before, but not as much as this. Previously, I worked straight under the founder. I wanted to impress him, obviously, but this year it's just different. There's a more team spirit, a more team vibe. Yeah, we had a great year start kickoff where all the guys and all the gals and everybody from the US came over here. It was very much fun. And that was through the weekend, by the way. We had to work. I love my company where I work, but they had the brilliant idea to have us work Saturday, Sunday, and Monday. And then basically, because everybody was in the Netherlands, we all went out partying Saturday, Sunday, and Monday, right? So it was one of those weekends in the past 2 weeks that completely screwed me over. It was a lot of fun, but when it comes to bettering myself, 10 steps back, still 8 steps back currently. Anyway, this is a reminder to myself that those steps back happen. As long as you keep smiling, can't muster up a smile. I feel the smile coming out. This is good. Keep smiling. Every day you can turn it around, basically, like I did now, doing the run. Good work day. Still going to smoke a cigarette in a sec. But another thing which I'm not going to do, well, I would have done it before, which is basically crush it like an ice cream, or maybe a leftover plate of pasta. Previously, I would have done that. Now, I feel like, okay, this is a turning point. Tonight, it's now 10 p.m. Just drink this bottle of electrolyte water, recoup, maybe smoke only a single cigarette. That's the only vice. Keep it strong. Awesome. Good luck, mate. Have a good one. Bye-bye. Hi there. Okay, so this is day 19 of the 30-day Film Yourself Challenge. As you've seen in yesterday's video, I pretty much had this giant hole in my schedule where I wasn't able to upload. I explained you in detail why. Many reasons, basically falling off the bandwagon, not caring about my health, not being incredibly structured, many reasons there to be, or many reasons there why this was the case. With me, the biggest one is because I tried to think about it, like what is like a big reason. Obviously it's treating yourself, right? So it's taking care of yourself. The moment I slip on one angle, I very easily cascade into slipping on more angles. What I mean by this, for instance, when I have an evening of, let's call it drinking with friends, smoking, eating, not caring so much about my body, just very much living in the moment, which is a very important thing, obviously, to do. For me, that is like a mental trigger to just let a lot of things go, right? You could say it's being a little bit nice for yourself, in a sense where you're allowing yourself to free a little bit. But with me, freedom is very much, I take a finger, I recognize, hey, I feel pretty good about taking one finger. Why don't I take another finger, right? Why don't I just continue to take fingers until I have the whole hand, and then I would gobble up the entire arm, and I would go from there. I don't know if many others experience that as well, but it's very much like this cascading effect where one domino goes and you feel less and less worse about the next domino going, because, well, there's momentum there. You relax a little bit, right? However, this is an important one. I feel like I can turn it around again. I feel like I can definitely turn it around again. Like yesterday I said, and I went on a run, 7K run. Tomorrow I have to do a 10K run again. I'm very, very, very much motivated to do so. Additionally, with the smoking, I have 1 pack of cigarettes left. I smoke Marlboro Red, or sorry, Marlboro Light. Um, Also, sorry for the sniffling, but in my household now, both my kids and my wife, we're all very much, yeah, how do you say that? Having the issue of the running nose. That's also why I sound so nasal, obviously. And that's also why I'm wiping my nose continuously. Well, the beauty of this is that this is very raw. This is me. This is not scripted, not edited, not anything like that. So even if the sniffling continues, if my voice is bad, that's just what it is. I'm not going to change anything about it. Anyway, what did I wanted to make? Oh, the point that I wanted to make was that I'm very motivated again to turn it around. So actually, this video is filmed straight after the other video of yesterday. I do want to mention a few things. I filmed that a little bit before 10 o'clock p.m. In the evening. I had a full fridge. Could have snacked my ass off, eaten a lot, justifying it with, yeah, I just did a run, so now I can take the whole bowl of pasta or lasagna that we still had from that evening and just finish it up, right? Gobbling up probably around 2,000 calories. I can do that very easily for some reason. That's one of my superpowers. That calories for me, they are, my body feels like a single calorie probably is like 0.1 calorie. I don't know if that is a real superpower, but I definitely am a superhero when it comes to that type of abilities. Anyway, I didn't do so. The only thing I did was eat a banana, which is great, right? It's full of potassium, I think some magnesium, some good vitamins in there, some good carbs in there as well, some sugars that will replenish my muscles after exercising. So I'm happy about that. That is what I tried to mention with the cascading effect. Back to the other side, right? The moment you fuck up and the dominoes go the wrong way, there's also an opportunity every day, in my opinion, to have the dominoes stack up the other way, right? So a few dominoes I did was obviously start with the run, then eat well, not overeat, think about your health, and do good there. I went early to bed, watch some ASMR videos. Normally I would, or before that, the few weeks before that, I would have binged watched Succession on HBO, which I haven't done, right? So it's a few dominoes. The run, not overeating, a healthy banana, no binging Netflix or HBO, just watching some relaxing ASMR videos and then falling to sleep. This morning, I feel great. I had to wake up earlier than normal to help Natalie with the kids because they're going off to music practice. However, a domino in the other way fell again, which is basically after the kids were away with Natalie, I just watched YouTube videos for an entire hour, right? Completely draining yourself and basically using up some very good mental clarity in the morning for me, and investing that in something that gives you zero return. Basically, I can only remember maybe the last minute of the last video that I watched, which is a great content creator, by the way, the Unlazy Way. Very under-hyped guy for the type of content that he makes. Anyway, the trick that I'm going to use now that I wanted to show you guys is that I will be utilizing this little box, which is a great little, well, not a gimmick, but it's a great little tool. This little box, I'm going to lock my phone away there for 4 hours because I know, this is how crazy the YouTube algorithm is, the moment I can pick up my phone right now, which is obviously there, I would be drawn into watching another video. It's very crazy. My mind, because the first hour of watching it, is now wired to, hey, I want to consume more. That's how fucking brilliant these creators are, but also how brilliant this piece of technology is, which is YouTube. So I have to defend my time and I have to defend my focus by locking away the phone in this little box behind me. And it's actually going to save the rest of the morning and the day for me to be very productive right now. So just wanted to share that little thing. The dominoes are moving into the right direction again. Going to pick it up again. I feel like this is going to be a great days of work. and hopefully I can pick it back up tomorrow again and move the dominoes in the same direction. I do want to mention though that uh, I'm happy that it's turning out like this, because this is a very good representation of my life. You know, trying hard, sticking with, we're calling it dominoes now, so let's keep it sticking with productive, healthy dominoes, trying to better my life on a health position, on a mental position, in every direction. Um, and that's what we're trying to do again. That's what I wanted to showcase, right? That those dominoes, they can top over. And that's the funny thing, right? That's a saying. We have to be right always, and the enemy only has to be right once, right? It's the same with these, how do you say them, bettering life dominoes. You have to, if you want to do good, you have to keep on stacking the positive dominoes continuously, 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 and it only takes one to topple the entire chain. Maybe it's different for others, but that's definitely the case for me. So therefore, I think it's fun, and I think it's a good representation of my life that I've been able to include it here, and I'm proud of that. You know, proud of showing potentially, well, my kids obviously if they ever watch this, but also my future me, that this is the human experience, man. This is what you're going through. By the way, you've also overcome it once. And it might sound like I'm over exaggerating a lot, but this is my experience, right? It's very much what I'm thinking about day in, day out, because I really want to better. I want to become a better version of myself. Okay, have a good one, guys. Thank you very much. Okay, there. Welcome to the 30-day Film Yourself challenge. Yeah, sometimes you're in an up, sometimes you're in a low. Currently, I'm very much more on the lower end of the spectrum. I think it has very much to do with my health. I can feel that I'm getting sick. I think it's been almost a week since I filmed my last video. I think in that week, I haven't again, and this is a thing that is coming back. I haven't really taken care of my health, especially my food is okay, not doing too worse there, still running, but during the running I can feel my lungs. So, and I'm also coughing up, let's call it, not so nice things, so I can feel my lungs are, I don't want to say it's pneumonia or how do you say that, like an infection, but I can feel that my physical well-being is being suppressed by something that is happening to my lungs. And obviously, well, I've been pounding the lungs not only with running but also with me smoking a lot again. So I think that is the case. It is weighing down on me because pressure at work is actually increasing. For the first time in my life, I have like a real manager above me. This is a strange thing to say, but I don't know if I told this before, but straight out of college, or actually during college, I started my first company. A software company, a mobile application. I think this was back in 2010. So in the early days of Facebook coming out on the phones and those type of things, I was already hammering away with my Chinese friend Engxing Li, building a mobile iOS application in Objective-C. So anyway, 10 years later or 12 years later now, for the first time in my life, I'm no longer self-employed, no longer have anybody to manage myself. Basically, I'm getting managed by an individual in the US. It was actually a very neat, awesome individual, I must say. I have known him only for a few weeks, so things might change, obviously, but for now, pretty cool dude. But before that, I was working directly under the founder, and the founder had so much time on his hands, or I mean, so little time on his hands. Basically, he knew I come from an entrepreneurial background, so he let me go, right? He let me loose. And now I'm very much, well, not really want to say getting managed, but there's a different type of reporting structure. There's weekly meetings, team meetings, evaluations. The numbers are getting run through very, how do you say that, systematically. There's one-on-ones, all those type of things. And that feels different. I don't want to say it stresses me out, but it's just more of a controlled kind of environment. And obviously, previously I had worked for investors. That was very much a numbers game, but that very much more felt like some kind of sandbox mode. This feels more real, and it feels more real because the slip up is very much, how do you say that? Somebody will notice, or when things don't go well, it will be noticed immediately. Where beforehand things would get noticed, but because it's my own responsibility, I can work on it myself, right? And now it's very much somebody seeing that happening or something happening, and then, okay, what is happening here? How do we respond? Blah blah blah. Look, so it's just different. It's a different type of experience, and that's why I'm happy that I'm talking about it now, because there's also having an influence on how I feel. It's something that I have to shift for. I have to make sure that I understand those mechanics and deal with those mechanics, because it's completely not a big thing. Obviously, the type of work that I'm doing now, very much commercial, right? Selling is very much metric driven, so it's very much you're in or you're out, or you're doing great, you're doing okay, or what the fuck is happening, right? So it's very linear, or how do you say that? Very binary in that sense. Even though I said three examples, which can't be binary, but anyway. Um, so that is just something I'm dealing with, and yesterday evening in bed I actually struggled with it, because on the one hand, I really want to impress him, so I was just, how can I do better? How can I do better? How can I do better? But I need to watch out that it doesn't go into this obsessive space where every waking minute I basically think about how can I do better, how can I do better, because then I will, how do you say that, I will overdo it, basically. That's my experience from the past, that I'm very well aware of that can happen with me. Whatever, I have to check the time. No, the time is fine. So those are a few things. My lungs, they don't feel great. Therefore, it's pressing down on my overall health. Therefore, I feel sluggish. I feel a little bit sickish. The horrible thing is that next week I'm going on a vacation with 10 friends of mine from the university days. And that's going to be a crazy week of drinking, partying, skiing. A lot of skiing, by the way. But I feel a little bit worried because I don't feel ready for that, right? I feel actually pretty weak. So, yeah, I'm gonna see how that happens. I have a positive feeling about it, but more like I'm not really mentally and physically ready to jump in such a lion's den that it's gonna be for those 4 days. Anyway, I have one of my best friends over there. He basically said I'm not gonna drink a drop of alcohol because I don't want to do it. So I can always, how do you say that, match with him, and that's actually one of the more overarching plans that he and I we're gonna be the grandpas of the group, basically. Um, so yeah, I think this is a good update. I can feel that it does a lot for me. This update, just talking about these things, talking about what is going on. For the rest, everything is great still, right? So yeah, just if I make a list of my life, there's so much to be grateful for. So these are just minor things, but I don't know. I typically obsess over these because my life is pretty steady. But once there are these peaks, kind of, oh, well, there's a peak there. I should put all my attention in there and basically obsess about it. Which is complete waste of time, but it's just how the brain is wired. I don't know if others have the same. Anyway, this was another update. It's been a while since I did them, but I'm happy that I'm doing one now. So I'll see you guys in the next one. Have a good one. Bye.
Okay, so yeah, this is day 21. Just ran 8 miles. Felt really good, actually. It's funny, this is like, I think it's the second or the third video that I'm filming outside. This is the first time that I'm gonna film this open in an area where there are quite a lot of people. Well, not really, but I'm across a person right now. So that's unique. Anyway, I walked 8 miles. Faster pace than I usually do. 11.5 minutes per mile. I know it's slow, right? But it's, yeah, keep in mind, I'm 100 kilograms, like 220 or 230 pounds guy that is 193 centimeters long, 6'4" or 6'4.5", I don't know, something like that. So that is the situation. For me, that was quick, and I really liked it. It was actually, how do you say that? Yeah, I felt good. One fun thing that I've been doing though is that I have been listening to this 1 hour affirmation, let's say loop, or basically like a playlist of 500 athlete affirmations. So I'm not saying I'm an athlete whatsoever, but the fun thing is that it is an extremely powerful thing to do while running. Basically, you have these 500 affirmations, which can range from, I constantly can visualize my end goal in front of me. I have immense stamina. I have incredible endurance. I am powerful, all those kind of things. I love to train. I love to enhance my endurance. All those type of affirmations are in there, like 500, and they're in a constant loop. And like the video, the recording is like an hour long, which is pretty incredible, I must say. And so this 1 hour long loop, and I did like a 75 minute, I think it was a total 75 minutes walk, an hour, not a walk, a run. And that is very powerful. It gets you in a completely different mind state. That's what I'm seeing, completely different. You actually do feel very powerful when you do it. So so that is seriously, it's kind of addictive, because this is the second time I'm doing it already. So that is pretty funny. I did it already one time, like for a full hour. The recording was on, and I came out of that walk feeling incredible. What it mainly does, it focuses you insanely. So that's a fun thing from it. Puts you into like this focus state. For instance, I have this big goal in my job to do 2 million in revenue, net new revenue for the company. My biggest one so far was 1.2 million. It was actually in the first year that I started there, which was I think it was in 2022, but that was only 8 months of work. So that was only 8 months of work. And how do you say that? I got really lucky with this one deal that came in. It was like 750k. Basically, I started in April, not even working a whole year, and I got in this one deal. It was like 750k, completely net new logo, being attributed to me, which kind of artificially boosted my numbers. Therefore, the benchmark was 1.2 million. Well, 2023, everybody knows wasn't a great year for technology businesses. So those are our customers, right? So we still grew a lot, I think. Well, I can't say the real numbers, but we still grew immaculately or incredibly. I think if any normal business would have had that kind of growth, they would have felt really good about it. They would have, I don't know if that all of that was missed because there was like a power outage, but anyway, I was saying that this year I really want to increase the amount of sales immensely, so I'm very focused on that. And we'll see if that's possible to happen. Right, a lot of work needs to be done. That will be done, especially on the outbound front, because there's a lot of what a manager calls flow business coming in, which is just the inbound marketing based, quite kind of hot leads. In our business, leads are pretty hot because they have an immediate problem. They need a pen test because of an array of very pressing issues, ranging from compliance to vendor requirements to tender requirements. Basically, their customers requiring them to show proof of pen testing, right? So it's a good market to be in. Therefore, there's a lot of demand. Therefore, a lot of cowboys are coming in. Therefore, a lot of competition, but very hot leads still. Anyway, the bulk of the business that I have to bring in, except for the flow, the inbound business, is going to be outbound. So that is something that I really have to be working on a lot these coming months. Basically, we're now in February, beginning of February. So 11 months left, and let's see what happens. I have some good ideas. I have a new manager, obviously a new team member that is very strong. A guy that came in with the new manager is very strong on outbound. But what I'm seeing is very much a discipline game. Just doing the motions. How many motions can you do a day? How many cadences can you fire? How many sequences? How many email campaigns? How many calls can you make? How much time can you invest in proper prospecting? How many lead flow do you get, or how many territory do you get, right? Do you get a shitty territory, or do you get everything? For instance, I have great territory. I have EU. The thing with a large territory is what do you focus on? So yeah, these are some questions that I'm working on, obviously in my own time, because during the day I have to go through the motions, but proper strategizing on how to do things, that's typically something that you have to do yourself, or in my case, after 11 in the evening, when you're lying in bed. No tingles or no input or whatsoever. And then the choo-choo train in the head starts humming and puffing. So yeah, anyway, probably not alone in that aspect. So yeah, this was fun again. Good vibes after the run. Loved it a lot. It's fun because I can completely feel the difference when walking with sunglasses and filming myself instead of not doing that. I feel, how do you say that, less socially awkward and less socially anxious while doing this. So anyway, see you guys in the next one. This was, I think, video 21. Going over a bridge, so my phone shouldn't be falling now. See you guys in the next one. Bye. Okay, well, it's been a while. It is now the 26th of February. So last time I checked, the last video I did was 11th of February. To mention though, I did do an 8-mile run just now in the morning. It's incredible weather out here. Look at that. These are the types of, what do you say that, environments that I run in. As you can see, my beard has also massively grown in the meantime. Quite some things have happened. Not really been able to keep up my running. That mainly happened because of what was the big reason? I think I went out for a ski trip with some friends for 5 days or 6 days from Tuesday to Sunday. It was pretty intense, to be honest. Highly intense, actually. It was like a trip with 10 guys, fraternity guys. Everyone pretty much is an alpha. Let's call it a type A personality. So no one wants to take it slow. There's some construction going on at the end of the road. So no one really wants to take it slow, or I suspect everybody would want to take it slow, maybe a few not, but the vibe in the group is just such a, how do you say that? Not a competitive vibe, but more of like a, come on, let's go, let's do it vibe, you know what I mean? Very much a vibe where everybody just tags along with everybody and nobody really slows it down. And what happens then is that, well, everybody goes hard. Everybody can go hard, so that's not a problem. It's not like nobody can go hard, everybody can go hard. But it's just a fun group dynamic. Originally we were with 16, we are still with 16 friends actually, we're pretty close. Yeah, so 10 guys joined, 5 days was complete madness, 5 days of drinking from 4 until whatever, 4 in the morning, 4 in the midday, starting on the skis, drinking, and then ending in a nightclub or some type of bar or whatever. Basically, it was not until 4 in the morning, it was typically until 1 in the morning actually. So it was pretty early beds, but you start early and you also have a day of skiing before that. So anyway, it was fun. Enjoyed it a lot. Haven't seen some of the guys for a long time, so that was interesting. Really enjoyed that. Felt like old days, to be honest. Been away for a while, but it went pretty well, I think. A good group of guys. Very accepting, even though everybody's quite alpha. Everybody's also quite accepting towards, yeah, any type of personality, any type of authenticity. So that is pretty awesome, to be honest. So yeah, why haven't I filmed? Well, that week was a disaster, like I said. No focus, just drinking, partying, doing whatever. Now this is the first week I'm back. Or I was a week back. I had to focus a lot on work, obviously, because I didn't work for 4 days. So I had to catch up a lot. Wasn't able to film. I am planning to filming more now. So I'm making the call. This is my 22nd video, I think, but for the last 8 videos I'm gonna do better. I try to stick it a little bit better because I like this a lot. I think it's fun. I think it's important. I think it's important to be showcasing myself to myself, right? Because that's the main thing here. Having like a visual diary, basically, of what went on. And these are important years for me, truly, because, well, obviously, like I've already told you guys, I became a father of twins, which is extremely interesting. I'm married. I'm married a few years ago. I'm already together with my wife for over 11 years. It's not a real big thing, but the marriage is interesting. Been able to make some good money these last years, which is also interesting. I always was good with money, and I had some luck early on. I worked hard, obviously, but still. So that is going well, you know. And this is also very much a year because of the marathon, right? It's very on me. It's very much a year in which I'm trying to better myself, trying to become a better version of me. So yeah, so that is. Sorry, there was a very cute dog walking by. So yeah, so I think the betterment, especially the running and quitting smoking, trying to stop smoking. I know it's being tough, right? It's usually struggling a lot with that. I haven't smoked a ciggy for 2 days, and tomorrow I'm going to do something interesting. Tomorrow I'm going to do something I've done before, which is acupuncture. You know, with the little needles. These are little needles that do like permanent acupuncture that goes into your ears. And this woman, she claims, and I've already experienced it before, and it works very well, at least short term, that the hunger for cigarettes goes away. So that is pretty effective. So I'm going to do that tomorrow, and from now on I'm going to try to do that like every 3 weeks. I really want to get out of this shit. I want to cleanse my lungs. I want to be better. I want to do better. I want to be a better example. It's also going to help me just in my life, right? So fucking I'm 30. Sorry about that. Think about it. Let's say that in the next 30 years I make some crazy breakthroughs in science, in Medicare and healthcare, longevity, you know, then I'm only 60, right? That should put me right on the brink of eventually going a lot further than initially anticipated. So I need to do my contribution there within my square meter that I can influence myself, which is quitting the smoking. Yeah, so I haven't done it for 2 days. Hopefully I can stick with it. Just need to try. I cannot do more than try with these type of things. It's not something for me, it's not something you can completely steamroll or just brute force your way through. It has been melted into my brain, into my unconscious, into my being past, what you say, 15 years, like 50% of my life. How insane is that to think about it? Anyway, this was a good session again. Looking forward to speaking to you guys again. Looking forward to seeing when I'm gonna cut the beard again. It's also an interesting question when that might happen. Hopefully soon. Who knows? Okay, see you next one. Bye bye.
Okay, welcome to video number 23. Today it is the last day of February, and it's actually an interesting day of February because it's the 29th of February. So in 2024, February is actually granting us an additional day. That's not the reason why I'm filming. The reason why I'm filming is because I really wanted to pick it back up, the filming, like I said in the last video. I really enjoy this. Gives me a lot of satisfaction. It's very, very interesting to watch back older videos. So from how you speak, how you think, how I narrate, how I come up with stuff, or how the flow goes of the conversation. That is extremely interesting for me to look back at. I also see a clear increase in confidence when it comes to being able to communicate ideas and being able to hold a conversation on my own with the camera. Basically, the only audience that I have is a lens, right? So all of that is very interesting to me, and I want to pick it back up, right? So this is number 23. When it comes to the videos, it is now very early in the morning. My workday is going to start. A little update on work. It's going great. I am going to definitely, even though that it feels like a recession or a depression or a big economic shift is coming, I'm doing amazing. I'm going to definitely overshoot my quota because, as you know, I'm in sales, right? So I have a quota to obtain by or to reach, and I'm going to overshoot it. I'm not afraid to say it because I can sense it, I can feel it, I feel confident about it. I'm going to overshoot that amount. And the funny thing is that it is all starting to move after I made this document, which is basically like the personal manifesto. So What is a personal manifesto? It's basically a document where you describe yourself, who you are, how you think, where you live, what you do, who you are as a human in 5 years. So, and that is something you have to describe in painstaking detail. From, for instance, I'm sitting at my desk in a house that you would describe in 5 years. What does the house look like? What am I looking out over when I look out of the window of the office that I'm working in? Am I even working, right? Am I even working in an office, or am I doing horseback riding the whole day? Is that my office, right? Do people call me? Do I even have a laptop? It's very vague, and I'm definitely not describing those type of situations. I won't be horseback riding or seeing the horse as my office in 5 years. That was just a crazy idea. I don't know where that came from. Excuse me for that. That is very much a golf where I'm struggling with quitting smoking, like you said. Oh, by the way, an interesting thing, I don't know if it's visible, but if you can see, there's like a strip. There's like a strip in my ears, and I have one here as well. Hopefully it isn't too bad to see, which is acupuncture. I don't know if I described it in the previous video, but it is basically a woman here in the Netherlands that is doing acupuncture, and that helps you to quit smoking. And to be honest, since I've done it 2 days ago, I haven't had a significant craving for a cigarette. So that is pretty amazing. Anyway, oh, but that's a good one, by the way. I have to note down in the personal manifesto about my health habits. I haven't really noted anything like that down. I did mention that I'm a runner in there, an endurance runner, running at least 100k, 100 kilometer races, and that is something that I just do, and that gives me a lot of endurance and gives me a lot of confidence, and also gives me a lot of mental clarity and a lot of mental endurance. But regarding the smoking and regarding how I'm taking care of my body, that's a good one. I'm gonna note that down. That's something that I really need to include in there. Anyway, so the personal manifesto, why am I talking about it? It's because I can really sense that putting something like that on paper, and obviously it's digital paper, so I'm writing it all down in Notion, and I took a template from a guy I watched on YouTube. I forgot his name, but it was an inspiring person. Basically copied his template, found it somewhere. Typically you have to pay like $80 for it, but I just basically copied it because he read his out loud. So I just, how do you say that, copied the transcript of YouTube, and then found the module or found the structure, and then filled it in for myself. Because I'm a cheapskate, I don't want to pay $80 for that. Something that just can be done in 10 minutes of clicking, figuring it out. Anyway, I filled it in, and there was a lot of financial goals in there about attraction. I'm not talking about the law of attraction, but about, you know, if I do X, Y, and Z, things will come my way. And if I envision how things will go, they will pan out. And funny enough, some things are really rolling, right? So obviously there's a lot of work in there. There's a lot of sometimes luck. But things are starting to move. They are starting to move into a direction where I can see this year becoming a big year for me. I'll have to do close to 2 million in sales. It's going to be very tough. It's going to be very hard. It will be, if I do reach it, it's going to be very successful for the company, obviously for the founder, for my manager, for everybody. But it's a big number. But I see a way there. Funny enough. I see what I need to do, and I feel confident about it. So that is an interesting trigger. I don't know if it's the manifesto that is triggering that, but I do sense that it is doing something with me. It is focusing me onto specific things. And it's also a very nice document just to have close by, just to open it up and read it out loud. Okay, this is the person that I want to be, right? Because it's also very much about, and I know this has been regurgitated, right? Everybody's saying this, but if you want to achieve something, you need to become the person that achieves those things, right? It's not about just achieving the goal. It's about who is achieving those type of goals. What type of person is that? Obviously, that is not a person that is doing all the routines, everything perfectly, but it's very much still should be focusing you on a particular set of things. For instance, for me, one thing that I do want to mention is the keeping an eye out for opportunities, right? So a sentence, it's not the exact sentence, but the sentence that is in there is like, I have a nose for opportunity and I can smell potential opportunities like nobody else. And it's not like I really am amazing at that, but I want to subconsciously train myself to spot opportunities out there, because they come continuously. For instance, I have a neighbor who's a very successful businessman. He just bought a new Porsche, very incredible Porsche. I just know that guy is an opportunity for potential contacts, for working together, for learning from him. He's a very young guy, actually. I think he's like 10 years older than me, but he has so much, he has good wealth, incredible wealth, and he's a very focused guy, but also a very humble guy, right? He's not braggy and none like that. So he's also a good opportunity for someone to just look at when it comes to character, when it comes to what do these type of people, how do they express themselves, how do they carry themselves, right? So there's an opportunity in every situation, in every person, in every well, not every hour of the day, but basically in every week. That is my sense of that. So anyway, some good subjects: personal manifesto, focusing, becoming the person who you need to become, being confident, feeling like I'm going to achieve some good things this year. Yeah, and running wise, today I have to run another 8-mile run. Looking forward to that. In 1.5 weeks, I'm actually going to run an official half marathon, the CPC in The Hague, which is interesting. I look forward to that. Well, guys, see you in the next one. See you later. Have a good one. Bye-bye. Okay. Hey there, this is video number 23, I think. It is now the 7th of February. It is an interesting day. Why? Well, because as you can see on my face, this is actually the first time ever that I'm sitting in this office. This is my office space, basically in our new house, in Oude Kerk aan de Amstel. So that is very much close by Amsterdam, where the sun is directly shining into my office. So there is a spot here where I can basically relax, sit and have the sun straight in my face. I find that a very, how do you say that, an unexpected appreciation, or an unexpected, how do you say that, windfall. Something that I find incredibly enriching. Feels like it's a gift, right? Because basically what I can do, my desk is over there on the other side of the camera. I can basically shove back a bit, put my face in the sun, get some vitamin D's. By the way, I don't know if those vitamin D's or if the right rays can enter through a window, and if you can then still extract the benefits of vitamin D production on your face. On that topic, by the way, when we keep it at the face, as you can see, it hasn't been a very conscious decision to grow my beard as long as I'm currently having it. This is very much the outcome of not being able to find my latest shaving equipment. I think I lost it at my mother's place when we lived there for 5 months during the renovations of this building. She was so kind of at hosting, basically giving away 80% of her house to our family. So my wife, our 2 kids, and our amazing au pair who is supporting us with the twins, so that Natalie and I can both keep on working full time, which is definitely something we're thinking about if we want to keep on doing that, obviously. Being more there for the kids. Financially, we're doing good. Sometimes when things are well, you can take a little step back and enjoy life a little bit more. Anyway, yeah, so that is an update on the beard. Keep in mind that I truly do want to shave it off. It's getting very long. The weather is getting better. There is more sun out, so the ambition is basically to have it cut and get some, how do you say that, some brownness, or not brownness, but getting some tan on my face. In Dutch we call it some tomato juice on the face, because a typical Dutchman, they don't get a nice tan. They basically, their tan is a very red glow, which could turn into very much a burnt skin. So yeah, that was the update on the beard. Third, what I also wanted to report on is I've been running a while, and finally my Apple Health data has collected enough information to showcase trends. So it is able to showcase a VO2 max now. I'm at a 42, which after some research I found out that for my age group, a male 31 years old, is actually a little bit above average. I think 40 is average, the 45 is great, then above 50 is excellent. Based on my studies, I do think there's a real correlation between longevity and VO2 max. I think there's a big suggestion there that if you're above average in VO2 max, it does definitely make a substantial difference when it comes to living longer. I think there's even already, like, if you up it from a 30 to a 35, that the difference in life expectancy could be 2 years plus. I think there's like a relativity exchange there. So upping that definitely makes a difference. I do think, however, though, that the whole longevity conversation is very overhyped. People that are in their 30s who are very much already concerned about their longevity when looking at all the medical advancements that are still coming in the next 30 years. Yeah, aren't we overkilling it a bit, right? There is some life enjoyment to be had. Yeah, and then second, the physical update, you also have the weight component. I'm still 96 kilograms, which is, I think, 210 pounds, something like that. For some reason, even though that I'm feeling like I'm eating less, I have this sense that I'm very stagnant when it comes to weight loss. I'm actually very, how do you say it? Not, I wanted to say linear, but very, not stagnant, but very level when it comes to keeping it at around 95 kilograms, so 200 pounds, something like that, 210 pounds. I don't want to have it less. I want to get close to 90 kilograms. Those 5 kgs, 6 kgs are going to make a big difference when I'm running the marathon in April, which is in basically 5 weeks. I do have to do a little bit less binging in the weekends. I love to eat my McDonald's then, Burger King, those type of meals. But yeah, okay, that's the weight, the VO2 max. Yeah, the other one is, like I said about binging, not smoking. It's I haven't smoked for 1.5 weeks now. I have the ear acupuncture. Like I told you guys before, it's actually incredibly effective, I must say. I'm gonna put her information down, of Monique. She did the acupuncture and it's incredible. I have no hunger for cigarettes. I don't know what type of magic she put in those needles, but it's very effective. So I'm very much working on the non-smoking, very much working on the better eating, obviously more exercise, and another one that is also a big part of the journey now is less phone usage, right? So less YouTube. That is very much an addiction that I'm facing, especially after work when you had a good days of work from, let's say, 9 to 6. So a long day, many meetings, typically 4 to 7 meetings in a day where I have to be on. You know, I have to convince people, I have to sell, I have to be very hardcore when it comes to intensity. After such a day, also being with the kids in the morning and then also in the evening, putting them to bed, reading, spending at least 1.5 hours with them. You know, after that, you just want to crash on the couch, watch YouTube videos, and I think that is a big one for me. Next to smoking, the no over excessive video content, because basically you start at a video, you go 50 videos further, maybe even 500 if you're doing shorts, and you don't even remember what's in between them. So it's just a complete waste of time, a complete waste of overloading a very precious, how do you say that, crown jewel in the body, which is the brain, and also the body as a whole, the nervous system, what it can take in. So yeah, those are some things I'm still working on, really trying to get that better version, try to become that better version. So yeah, that was it. It's now, like I said, the 7th of February. It's been over a week since the last video. The goal is from now on, as I mentioned in a manifesto that I'm writing about myself, about the future version of myself, the goal is to at least film 3 times a week. The person I want to become, that person is very consistent in filming 3 times a week. So that is what I'm working on. That is what I'm working towards. And we're not going to say, let's see what happens. That should happen. That will happen. That is how I should be communicating, as someone who is already there. Anyway, have a good one. See you in the next one. Bye-bye. Okay, so this is day 25 of the 30-day challenge, the 30-day Film Yourself challenge. It is almost at the end. So obviously the 30 days is the end. Yeah, we are 5/6 there. 5/6 of the way. I don't know why I'm now calculating it that way. Interesting. Anyway, it has taken quite a while. I just checked it out before starting recording. The first video I did of this series was actually the 13th of December. And it is now almost the 13th of March, right? So that is 4 months. So it's 1/3 of the year. Then it has taken me to not even complete the first 30 days of the 30-day Film Yourself challenge, funny enough. I am sticking to it, however, so, and I'm very much doing it at a pace where I feel comfortable with doing it. And that's also very much a new thing that I figured out. Beforehand, I would get very zealous, very obsessed about these type of things. I wanted to do it straight to the T. I wanted to do it every day, go very hard, and that was typically my style. It was on or off, 100% or 0%. There was no middle road, and funny enough, via this exercise, these videos, I very much experienced what it is to take the middle road, you know, to not overstretch yourself and then burn out, and not burn out for real, but more of like get fed up with it, in a way burning out, yes, and therefore crashing, therefore not sticking with something, therefore doing it very zealously, very hardcore for, let's say, 1 month, maybe 2 months, maybe 3 months, and then month 4, everything drops out of my hands, and I just don't do it anymore, and I typically get turned off with it, and I never return. You could say on the one hand that is a great skill, because therefore you do things quite hardcore, you do them for 3 months, maybe you compress 2 years into 3 months, and therefore you taste a lot, right? So good taste also gets harbored or gets cultivated by tasting a lot, by smelling a lot, by feeling a lot, by doing a lot, having a lot of different influences, experiencing different categories, characters, everything like that. That is the case though. However, a weakness is that you're not sticking through. For me, that is typically, or particularly for things where I do want to stick with them, right? So for instance, running is one of those. I think the single only, or the single one physical activity that I've been doing longer than 6 months. Maybe boxing back in the days. I used to box. Well, I did tennis, I did hockey, I did golf, all of those. I did quite some years, but I mean in my real adult life, except for golfing, running is really something that I've been sticking with and sticking with long term. I do think there's a very strong component in there that I set up myself, a credibility, or not the credibility, but accountability component, which is a coach for which I pay a monthly fee, someone who sets out my schedule, someone who helps me with nutrition, someone who helps me with training, with the mental part of it, the fueling part of it, the prepping for a race, for instance, the half marathon, which I ran 2 days ago on the 10th of March, the half marathon of The Hague, which is quite the amazing run, quite some elevation, quite some wind, because there's like a stretch. I think it's like an 8K stretch which goes right past the sea. So there's a lot of sea winds. Typically there are a lot of hills in the dunes, or when you go past the sea. It was an amazing track. I did okay, to be honest. I ran like 6:30 per 5 kilometers 4 times, so very steady pace. However, my conditioning is definitely not there, because when I looked at my heart rate data, it was very apparent that I ran for an hour's long in heart rate zone 4 and like 55 minutes in heart rate zone 5. So that is not, how do you say that, the typical good conditioning overview that you would have when running a half marathon. So that is a good lesson there. It's a very good benchmark for me to really understand, okay, first of all, I don't have to push. I shouldn't be pushing that hard, because my conditioning is definitely not there yet, because of many years of being a typical couch potato dad, gamer, using my brain only, not being active, not being physical, and turning myself for the last 8 months into somebody who takes endurance sports, running very seriously. So I'm getting there. I am not there, definitely not for the marathon that I will be running in a month. I definitely will have to pace it down significantly. I should definitely aim for around the 5-hour mark, not faster than that, because my heart rate is not going to keep up. But I'm telling this because this, let's call it a benchmark race, so the half marathon before I do the full marathon, is something that I would have never come up with myself. Maybe if I did rigorous study online, set it out myself in a schedule, in an app like Training Peaks, then I would have come up with something like this. But the accountability, the setting up a pre-race like this, setting a benchmark, understanding my conditioning, and then on the lessons of that race, the half marathon, figure out a good plan for the full marathon. That is something that my coach, Valeria Vale, in short, she figured that out for me, right? She's a very experienced endurance runner. And for the very much affordable price of $80 a month, she does all of that thinking for me. And we do a session a month in which we catch up, we talk about this stuff. It is actually amazing. I would highly recommend everybody getting a coach for the accountability and just also the insights, the paces, the zones, the distances, the interval running, the long distance running, the full schedule, the fueling, the resting, the listening to your body part. It's an amazing insight and learnings I'm getting from this person. But definitely the accountability part for someone like myself, who is easy at saying, you know what, this bag of chips, this bag of chips or this bag of burritos or this pizza, or you know what, today I'm just gonna skip it. I'm gonna be nice for myself. I'm just too soft in that way, in that sense. So yeah, I think it's a great investment. It's definitely worth my money. Recommend it highly to everybody. Uh, I don't know how I got to this point, and that's the beauty of these type of talks, right? I'm just talking straight up, and that's fine. I did wanted to mention the half marathon thing, so I'm happy that we crossed that one. And also, lastly, of course, very obvious, the beard update. So I lost my shaving machine at my mother's place when we stayed there. Was not able to get that one back, but I went to a friend who had an electric razor, and I was able to use that one. Hopefully he doesn't use it to shave his his ball sack. Anyway, that was so I have a fresh face again, which is good. Yeah, for the rest, what is coming up, not so much. Very much being very focused on the marathon coming up. I'm really looking forward to that. It's going to be exciting. The half marathon was insanely exciting. I was literally at the full bottom of the pack. I think there were like 20,000 runners or maybe 10,000 runners, and I was all the way like wave 3 and then section Siberia, basically all in the back. I was like the last 100 runners that ran, and I do definitely want to review one time like all the lessons I had, or like what the full experience was like, because I really, it was really a mental thing happening. It was very much inside my own head while my body was continuously propelling myself. There was a lot of mental activity going on, from incredible joy to feeling sorry for myself, to having a very big part of my ego intertwined during the race. Seeing people in front of me who were like 200 kilos and like, what the hell, how can I be slower than them? I want to at least try to overtake those people. A lot of things happening, a lot of interesting things happening there, things that I can benefit from in my normal day life, right? Or in my job, or in my being a parent. Anyway, what I wanted to say though is that these days, so these are funny days, it's now a Tuesday, they're some of the best days in my week, and also when I'm filming, because I'm doing everything that I love. I'm making a video like this, I'm working hard, feeling very productive there, and then also I have to do a run at the end of the day. I'm gonna do like a 6 mile or 7 mile run today. I'm going to do it in an RPE rate of 5, so not very impressive, not very hard. And then after that I have a fun coaching session together with my wife, and then after that we're going to have a dinner out in Amsterdam together, eating a steak. So just an amazing day to look forward to. So yeah, I just wanted to mention that I feel blessed to experience such a day. It's true wealth. Yeah, can't say great enough things about it, to be honest. So guys, see you in the next one, and we're closing in on number 30. I'm excited. Have a good one. Bye bye. Okay, well, so this is video number 26 of the 30-day Film Yourself Challenge. It is today, I think it is the 16th or 17th of February. If I'm not mistaken, I'm kind of behind on my dates. Anyway, quite some things has changed. It's been a week ago since I did my last video, so this is a weekend has gone over. Some other things have gone over, and well, we have quite the interesting situation here, because our au pair, I'm not going to name her name, she has decided this weekend to leave our family, basically disappear, giving us a simple message telling us, hey, I just can't do it anymore. It's too tough for me. I can't take it. I'm going back to the Philippines, without talking about it with us, anything, giving us an opportunity to find solutions. Basically, she just left us on Monday morning. She sent us the message. Nelly and I both had to go to work, so it's completely crazy. She said she's going to the Philippines. We have no idea. She also was with this guy, a Spanish guy, a friend of hers. With him, we don't know. Is she going to Switzerland? We heard via the grapevine of these Filipino au pairs in the Netherlands that she was thinking about going to a friend in Switzerland, renting something there. It is completely unclear what she's going to do. Um, so yeah, it's basically left us in a complete shamble when it comes to family operation. Obviously, we have no one to take care of the kids. While Natalie and I both work full time, so this is a very interesting situation. It's now Wednesday, so you can backtrack if it is actually the 16th or the 17th of March. Did I say February earlier? Well, that's crazy, probably because there's a lot going on in my head, which is fine. That is part of life. Anyway, the funny coincidence is that Natalie wanted to take like a little break of her job. She's a software consultant, a data scientist, and she took a little mini sabbatical of like 3 weeks. She planned it to start today. So Maria left, I said her name anyway. She left 3 days ago without knowing that Natalie was going to go on a 3 week, basically, not vacation, but just taking some time off from her work just to recoup. She's been killing it, spending some me time for herself, doing a lot of yoga, meditation, whatever. Anyway, that has all obviously been thrown apart, right? Because that should have been time for herself. Now she has to be like a housewife, which is a great opportunity or a great job, by the way. A very tough job, obviously. Then now she can do that. Yeah, so a lot of things happened, right? I still was able to squeeze in like a half a marathon run, also this Sunday. So I'm pretty proud of myself that I was able to do the 2 hours 16 half marathon race in The Hague, and then literally the weekend after do another 21 Ks. And yesterday I did a 12K in the evening. Wow, because this weekend I actually went to Dune Part 2. Incredible movie, I must say. The sound, the visuals, it's obviously everybody's saying this if you look back in the archives on Dune 2. Everybody's like, holy moly, what a crazy movie. But yeah, it really was fantastic, and now I decided to pick up the audiobook while I'm running. And that is actually so fun. The runs go so fast. It's incredible. I don't really have a hard time remembering while running, but it is a different listening experience. Right? When you're driving, you're less active in a sense, so things go in easier, more easy. While running, you're still also actively mentally talking with yourself. There's a dialogue internally also going on. You're feeling your body. There's a lot of context that you have to work with, so it's a little bit different. But it is fun to listen to the book while I'm running. And I also bought the version that is like $40 for the first book, right? So which are like movie 1 and 2 combined in the first book, $40. But I do get the price because it's actually very well narrated. It's like multiple voices, like 20 voices. Everybody has their own voice. A lot of real dialogue, right? It's not like somebody skimming over the text, trying to squeeze out the words just to have as much words in as small time as possible. No, they're really, really trying to make it valuable. That's why I get it. It's basically $40. It's funny because I'm quite a stingy person, and for some reason I clicked on that $40 quicker than I ever could, because I listened to a sample of it and I was like, wow, this is gonna be amazing. Anyway, I already listened to like 2 hours while doing some chores because we have to do a lot of chores now since Maria has gone, which I actually don't mind to do. I really like chores. It's very meditative for me. I like to clean. I like to do the dishes. I like to do washing. I really love that. Put some music on and then just really be in your body, right? The physical activity. I like that. Yeah, well, why am I being so quick? I'm being so quick because there's a lot of things to do. I'm really understanding now parents who take care of their kids themselves while also being at work. I really understand the hyper efficiency that is required to only focus on what is the bare necessity. Also in my work, right? The past 2 days, I basically have taken care of the kids the past 2 days. Nelly was working at the office. I had to do that, and also with a little bit of help on my mother on Monday. But yesterday I had to scramble work and completely take care of the kids in like one day, which is completely insane. If I had to do that for like 2 months, I would completely collapse probably. Anyway, we're working on solutions. Hopefully, we can get somebody else in, another au pair who actually wants to leave her family because she's being treated very badly. And that's the thing, right? We knew we didn't treat Maria badly. She actually, in the message she sent me, she said, "You've been very nice to me." So what I don't get is then if we're so nice to you, why do you treat us like savages and then literally leaving us out of the blue without letting us know it and basically not even mentioning the kids? That's for me the hardest part. Right? She's not even saying, "Hey, I'm gonna miss Lily and Logan." It's like, no, I feel bad, which is shit. I said, "Well, I'm sad to hear that you feel bad, but it's very disappointing to me." Um, I also said this is incredibly unprofessional that you're doing it like this because it's just unprofessional. This is not how you treat your boss. This is not how you treat your employer. You paid her a good amount of money, more than she was actually able to earn with another family. Um, so yeah, it's just heartbreaking that somebody would do this to the kids specifically. You know, we'll manage. We're adults. We know what tough is. We just straddle through the toughness. But yeah, anyway, the beauty of it is that the kids are like 12 months or 12 months. They're like 19 months now or 20 months. They don't really. They do feel things, but as long as a parent is still there, the stability is still there, Natalie and I are still there. You know, we are the basis, right? That's how what I tell myself. That's what I love to believe is that basically because we're still there, a lot of stability is still there for them, right? We're still smiling. I wanted to say smiling and dialing. Basically, we're still smiling and dialing, picking them up, doing all the great stuff with them, being there for them, giving them a lot of love and more love than I would regularly get during the day because I'm there and Natalie is there. So, anyway, um, we'll talk again. We'll talk soon and appreciate your time. Have a good one. Bye bye. Okay, well, welcome to day 27. Um, we are almost there, close to the 30. Getting pretty excited. I think there are many reasons why I should be excited anyway. Yeah, so actually yesterday I did a video as well, and today I'm doing one again. I just really felt like talking about a few things. Um, First, I'm really starting to see the value of sometimes picking up a camera and then just talking because it's basically, you know, it is going to be a very interesting reminder, especially for myself in the future. Like, okay, this is what you were doing. This is what you were doing. This is what you were thinking. This is how you communicated. This is what was important in your life. This is what played in your life. And um, I'm realizing more and more why I'm doing this. It's also very much because my memory is bad. It is actually excruciatingly bad. Where recently I really tried to remember, okay, so what did I do on a Friday night, right? What did I do? Did I do anything significant? Where was I? And I just couldn't remember. And these videos are not for me to highlight the nitty gritty of every Friday night or Monday or Tuesday, whatever night or whatever day, but they're gonna help me to support me personally in understanding what had been going on, what where was I at, right? It's gonna help to relate things in the future, specifically if things are bad or if they are better. To see, hey, this is where you came from. Hopefully, things are better. Obviously, it's gonna be fun to point out, hey, this is where you started, or this is where you came from, or look, um, things are bad now, but they have been better in the past. So focus on that, right? So, for instance, now things are not great. We have the au pair situation, right? My wife is today fully taking care of the kids. It's Thursday, the 21st of March, and it's really tough because she has a full-time job like myself. We really engineered our life to both have like a 40 to 60 hour work week, have somebody support us for the kids, a lot of work in the house as well, from cooking to laundry to cleaning, those type of things. Light cleaning, we also have a cleaner, but we set our life up very efficiently to enable both myself and Natalie to get most out of our careers, while trying to also have a lot of support network for our children. And we're still struggling there, right? There's a lot of pros and cons when it comes to nannies, au pairs. How many time are you spending yourself on the kids? Those type of things. However, I do think the outcome of all of that will only be measured at the end of their lives, not my life, right? I'm just trying to do as best as I can do in my current situation. Anyway, long story long, this was about memory, right? So, yeah, this is going to be interesting, because one thing I struggle with as well, and I've always struggled with this, and it could be because I'm a very, how do you say that? You could call it almost unipolar person, right? Quite stable in the sense of what my line is, mm, or at least outward goingly. I'm not going to be very extra and not very down. I do have those ranges of emotions, obviously, but it's what I show outwardly is going to be very stable, so very unipolarly, like a very stable line, or at least hopefully, like I try to present it, stable line going up, right? That's the best type of stable line, right? It would even be better if it was like a hockey stick, some type of compound interest type of growth, but that is just unrealistic. Anyway, um, these videos are going to be so relatively valuable in the future, especially 5 years from now, especially 10 years from now. They're going to show what was in my head and what was going on, right? So, for instance, the experience we have now, like I said, the horrible experience where our au pair basically ran away from our house, right? It would be similar if my daughter ran away from our house with only a single message telling us, hey, I'm okay, or at least, or we don't know if she's really okay, but hey, I'm leaving, I'm going back to the Philippines, I'm done, right? I can't finish my contract. Very unprofessional, obviously. It's sad that she felt bad, but still, um, in the grand scheme of things, it's nothing, right? We're already, Nelly and I, we're very much focused on continuous improvements, focused on, okay, this is the situation, how are we going to resolve this? We're already moving very fast when it comes to getting the agency on board, getting the police on board, getting the immigration service on board, already figuring out, can we replace her? Um, Not that we don't, that if she wanted to come back now, would we take her back? No. If you do something like this to a family, leaving the kids behind, fucking the parents over, and in my head, you're done. It's very simple, right? You don't screw like that. You communicate about things. If you feel bad, communicate, right? We are not savages. Um, that is a professional thing to do, and we had a professional arrangement, and she has a professional arrangement with the immigration services. Basically, now she's illegal here or in any country in Europe, right? So, um, yeah, so in the grand scheme of things, it's nothing, right? We're already solving it. Potentially, we're getting a new au pair within a few weeks already. An amazingly nice girl out of not the Philippines, but out of what is the country, Nepal, with the beautiful Himalayas. A very young girl, but very much sweet individual. Um, That's definitely going to be more like a big sister to our children, which is amazing. You know, it could all be a blessing in disguise, basically. So that's the beauty of life. You know, it all ends up where it is supposed to end up. And obviously, I can say that because, well, to be honest, the line in my life has been pretty well and privileged, you could say. I'm not ashamed of saying that. You know, I have a good life. I had a good youth and a good life, and I'm keeping that line straight, right? But also, um, people say, oh, but you have such a good life, you shouldn't be afraid, or you shouldn't be worried, or those type of things. The thing with a beautiful life, it's also flimsy. You know, I can fuck it up tomorrow in a win. You know, I can go on a bender, go to the casino, and basically borrow money from the wrong kind of guys, and then fuck up everything in my life. You know, I have a family member that went on a bender after he came into possession of a lot of money. Went on a 2 years bender, ended up having to give his house away to a set of drug dealers, a big mansion. He became homeless for literally, I think it was almost 2 years, right? From a very successful entrepreneur, wealthy, having everything, the nicest cars, nice house, to becoming homeless, right? So it's all nice and dandy that you have something now, but it can all fall apart in just with a few minor decisions. So um, that's what it is. It is simple. It is simple to fuck up. It is hard to keep on track, and it's even hard to improve continuously. It's even harder to continuously improve. So that's what we're trying to do here, and that's what I wanted to update on. God, I love making these videos. It's just interesting to think about these type of things, to log it as well. So, guys, see you in the next one. Oh, by the way, this is what I wanted to show. It's the emblem or the medallion that I got from my first half marathon that I ran. And as you can see here on the back, I wrote down the time, 2 hours, 16 minutes and 36 seconds. So in the future, I don't know what time I will be collecting in future runs, but know that 2 hours, 16 minutes and 36 seconds, that is where we started out in 2024 in March. So yeah, see you later, guys. Have a good one. Bye-bye. Okay, so this is, oh, well, I'm starting out so many of these with like this big hum, cough, or sneeze, or whatever. Very interesting. Let's see it as it's only the first 30, right? So we can still keep in quite the amount of awkward and human and bodily sounds. Well, today is the 27th of March, and coinciding, it is also the currently the 28th video in the 30 video series. We are getting very near to the end. One thing that has been on my mind though is that what am I going to do with these videos? Am I going to set them up one by one, or am I going to add them into or edit them into one big giant video that would, in theory, if you're looking at like 10 minutes and then also 30 videos, so that is, wow, that is almost 300 minutes of film, which would be around 5 hours. And I think some of them are even longer than that, quite a few. I think most of them are longer than 10 minutes. However, the interest I have there is it would basically be like a 5 hour sit down that I could do myself, and then I could see like a whole span of 4 months in which I would go through things that have happened, right? Like I said before, in all these videos, for some reason, many of them have like a continuous theme, like a stream, like a thread going through them. However, sometimes I'm touching on individual subjects in my life. For instance, I do believe last time I spoke about the situation where the person that was supporting us, our family with kids, with the kids, household chores and cooking, that person unfortunately left us. But as you would know it, that's the crazy thing about life. Literally a week later now, um, we have somebody else amazing joining us already. Who's actually in the room behind me currently, uh, has already arrived at our family. All at the same time, while the kids are no longer, well, they're obviously with us, but they are now on a small trip to Belgium, to a family house my mother has there. So they are there. They have been there for 2.5 days. Funny how it's very, how do you say that? It's very emotional when you don't have the kids there. We're basically bugging my mother for sending us videos of them continuously in there, and she's sending these cutest little videos of them playing around outside. They're continuously going outside. They love it there. We should do it more often ourselves as well. It's a good reminder, by the way, since I'm putting that on the camera also. Um, but yeah, those days, they are so refreshing, right? Mentally, physically, not like the kids are breaking us down, but every parent out there, every non-parent can potentially suspect, but it is a tough engagement, right? During the day when you have a full-time job, you're doing that, and at the second half of the day, basically the children become the second full-time job, right? And in the weekend, there's a lot of work to be done there. It's great enjoyment, but it's a second job, right? It's like running your startup. What is the product? The children are the product. You cannot leave a product unattended, or your customers will walk away. You cannot leave a child unattended, or basically he won't walk away, but he potentially will turn out into this horrendous, devilish-like product that you don't want to take care of or don't want to be associated with, right? So, um, but still, I do understand that there's always an opportunity for a child to turn out that way, even though you're trying to set them up as the best version of themselves, and also presenting yourself as the best version of yourself, trying to make the most out of their upbringing, right? So anyway, the thing that I wanted to discuss that I did is what am I thinking about when it comes to how am I going to present this. I'm leaning heavily towards the 5 hour long video, and then maybe have these intersections where I do a little bit of context or writing in between. So I'm thinking about that. Also, the update on the au pair, we got a new one in, which is incredible. Like we said, right? Like life can sometimes throw you these insane curveballs, and for some reason, if you look back at it, there's always a reason for these curveballs, right? There's a lesson there. There's an improvement there. There's something behind the bush that can 10x things. Um, there's always an opportunity, right? I love the saying, everything that gets thrown at you is basically, or it's a threat or it's an opportunity. And I think it's very much part of the human experience too. Obviously, everything that gets thrown at you is definitely a threat, but can you mentally, how do you say that, turn that around into potential opportunities, or maybe at the back end or at the end of it, see that, hey, even though I had to duck or I had to evade that curveball, in the end it was an opportunity. So it's either way. It's always both at the same time, right? It's almost quantum mechanic like. It's always two states at the same time, and you are the person lifting up the Schrodinger's cat box, saying, "Okay, I'm going to see if it's truly the opportunity." And in most cases, the cat is dead, which in my head, in most cases, it's actually an opportunity. Very interesting ramp off there. Anyway, that the other difference here that I wanted to express is that I'm doing this video now in the evening instead of the morning. Usually I do it in the morning. Mornings are not my best times. I'm way less fresh for some reason. With Natalie, it's completely different. She's a morning lark. I'm a night owl. It is not that late. It's 8 o'clock in the evening, but still, um, it's different. I'm always more creative, more fresh, more flowy in the evening. So I was trying to, hey, can I keep this up? However, I'm also very acute and aware of the fact that I haven't been with the babies this evening, so I'm way fresher, way more flowy in my thoughts than I would usually be. So that is a big difference there. something to point out, right? So, am I able to sustain something like this, evening videos, when the children are here? I don't know, because typically from 5 or from 6 up till 8, maybe 8:30, it's children's stuff, or definitely a part also of some household chores, maybe some admin stuff, who knows. That is not the case for today. Anyway, I'm do seeing the changes though in the flowiness of my brain, the clarity, the crystalness of my thought, the ease for me to uh, keep the thread of the speaking, and also what has been discussed before is easier than in the morning. That's what I'm sensing. Anyway, it's a pointer for myself. Need to check out, see what I will be doing there. Another thing that I do wanted to mention, right? Because for some reason, I've written about what do I want to talk about. One part is financial. I don't want to say literacy, but financial thinking. I really want to discuss that. So I really at a certain point want to get into that. For now, I wanted to mark a moment in time where, if you look at now 2024, the 27th of March, Bitcoin price is now at 8 o'clock in the evening. I think it's around 36,500 euros. So almost 70,000 USD probably. Natalie and I both have a portfolio of BTC. At the previous high of 66, I think it was a week ago, I sold half of the portfolio. I think I did well because after that it went back down. Now I haven't bought anything back, so the half of the portfolio of BTC is liquid. It's basically in USDC right now, so a stable coin. However, it's now back to 35.5 euros. So the 66 is euros, by the way. It's important to mention. It's now back at 36.5. A few hours ago, it was at 66. So I'm just marking in time that I'm keeping hold of the 50%. I am expecting before the halving, which is, I think it's like 30 days away, to have a significant drop off still. I'm not going to time it. I'm going to hold myself accountable for the fact if it goes close to 50, I'm going to go back in and buy back in with the half of the portfolio that I sold, the USDC I have. I am marking it now, so I'm saying it right now. Buying back in when it goes to 50. If it goes lower than that, screw it, that's what it is. But I'm expecting 50, and then after halving to just do the regular spiel it's been doing always. After halving, there will be a trickle way all the way up. And still, I eventually do believe in that it's probably the most sane type of value a human has ever come up with, right? Gold is not human made, it's not man made. It is basically earth made, Gaia made, universe made. It is an element we can't recreate, don't know why. Still, it is the case. Or maybe we can actually, but there's just potentially a big conspiracy. People just don't want to do it. It's interesting because I do expect that many other biosynthetic things or elements we can recreate. I should research. I have no idea why we can't recreate gold. Anyway, man-made best retainer of value because it's so solid in the fact that it's unbreakable, it's unhackable, it's completely fungible, both online and offline. It's non-trackable. It's a tough one. It can be debated, but it's non-traceable physically, right? I can add a USB in any type of object, or only the storage that is required can be on a single chip. I don't even need the USB if I know how to interface with the chip. The storage chip, it's just incredibly impressive. Also, if the whole network goes down because of some kind of nuclear war of whatever, as long as you have your own type of cold storage, you have that value with you. On the subject of cold storage, I know a lot about it. I have some artifacts or I have some objects that I can utilize. However, never taken the time to do so because I want to stay a little bit more liquid. I'm not such a big believer in it. I'm just keeping it. I also want to do a little bit of trading, and I've done in the past successfully. So I keep on doing that. Yeah, so all in all, not my true philosophy on the type of assets that you would require, but you do hear that one of these assets that I adore and actually think it's amazing that I've been there from the start, or at least I see this whole time period of the last 10 years of as the start. Um, Funny for me to experiencing it, and definitely when I look back in 10 years, it's going to be incredibly interesting to see where it all ended up. My prediction is it ends up at something insane, uh, something we cannot even predict, and that it will, in the human history, especially in the next 50 years that I hopefully still alive, will showcase as some truly capable type of potentially currency, but definitely something that adds a lot of value in different situations that humans will definitely be experiencing in the coming 50 years. So we've only seen good things happen in the past 70 years, or mainly good. Um, I think things will be completely different in the next 50. Anyway, I'm prepared. I hope you guys are as well. Have a good one. Bye bye. Hello there. This is day 29 of the 30 days of filming yourself. It is actually the yesterday I also did the video. So the last video you've seen before this one has actually been yesterday. So kind of banging these out one by one now. So only one left to go. Why am I doing that? I'm doing that because the weekend that is coming up is actually the Eastern weekend, and that for me is a weekend of 4 free days. So what I wanted to do, I wanted to make a start with editing these videos, because I made the executive decision to make it into one big video, right? So I'm going to make all these videos, well, I made all of these individual videos, right? So 30 in total over a time span of almost 4 months. And I'm going to stitch them all together into one big video, which is probably, I'm assuming, well, that's funny, I'm going to make a guess. I'd say it's about 5 hours and 78 minutes, something like that. Obviously, I can cheat and edit it myself with a lot of whistles and bells and whatever. But so a little less, 10 minutes less, 12 minutes less than 6 hours. That is what I think that I'll get at too. I think that doing them sequentially is good. I think it's also good if in between the videos there might be a little black screen. By the way, you guys already will have seen all of this, right? So for me, it's all historical information. If you're viewing this now, you've already seen the result of this type of thinking, right? But probably it will be like black screens in between of the individual videos that will maybe display a few remarks, maybe a date in there. Because when I do see some videos back, some potential, let's say, I don't want to say it, call it a disclaimer at the beginning, but maybe like an introductory, or what am I going to talk about, or maybe skip to this part, something like that, to guide the listener, to guide the viewer a little bit more through the experience, right? Because a video of 6 hours, it's pretty long. I also do not expect, well, anyway, I don't expect a lot, to be honest. It is very much something that I'm doing for myself, documenting the whole process, something to look back at, something to laugh about, something to think is interesting. So yeah, what I wanted to talk about today is a few things. Well, first, funny enough, this is just something that I want to add in. Like when I get something new, which I really appreciate, I just want to mention it, right? As a product that is making me happy, because for some reason, some products usually do make me happy. I'm not afraid to share that. So I've been doing a lot of research on the effect of microplastics, and before I had this metal water bottle in which I do my isotopes, shakes, whatever, or drinks after and before running. I used to have like multiple horrible quality plastic ones. You know, I would get the ones for free when I would do a bulk order of whey protein or any type of supplements. And these bottles, they give them away for free because the quality plastic is the worst. The fitting, you know, these fittings is the worst. You would shake them and water would come out. Anyway, the water coming out is probably very annoying, but the more under the radar or under the water annoying part is obviously the microplastics, right? So there's a lot of research, and it's now 2024. There's a lot of research coming out, especially from Germany. And I also got additionally interested in this because of commentary on the All In podcast, one of my favorite podcasts at the moment, of four quite eccentric, how could you say them, money allocators. But they also mentioned a lot of microplastics are being found in the bloodstream, being found in the water of water bottles, especially the low-grade plastic water bottles. Um, but also the kitchen utensils that are low grade, that are where the plastic is just falling off because of the heat and the cold, and the shrinking, and then also the touching the hot pan, and then also the pans themselves, right? So also, but also the Tupperware containers where you keep your food in, all that kind of stuff. So with this water bottle, and I drink out of a water bottle, a refillable bottle myself every day, right? So that's why I switched to the metallic one, and this is insane. First of all, it's great for just carrying it around. That's great. It's metal on this end. This end is plastic. It's pretty hard type of plastic. That did bother me, to be honest, because I thought the whole thing was metal when I initially bought it. I bought it from Bulk. They are, I think, a European or a German supplement brand. So the Germans always, well, they do the best engineering, right? So there's like a divider scoop or a thingy in the top. So when you scoop in stuff, then you shake it, this rotor action here in the top half will divide it and will shake it up to have a good consistency in your shake or your drink or your powders or whatever. Yeah, it's pretty good. I don't think it can go into the dishwasher. I think the bulk is funny, especially when you're not that bulked yourself. I'm strong, but not that strong. This I think is interesting. It shows you, okay, so when you fill it up, it's like almost a liter. Never really looked at this, to be honest, but yeah, so very happy about this one. It's been doing its job, and it is quite expensive. It's like 25 bucks. So for a water bottle, or like 21, but with shipping it was 25. So it is an expensive bottle. I completely understand that. But yeah, I'm pretty happy with it, to be honest. What else? What else? Yeah, so for today, I think it's fine. It's not going to be a big long one. This weekend, I am going to make the start with the editing of the video. Thinking a little bit about the next 30 videos, because I do want to keep on doing this. Been thinking a lot about a 10-day Vipassana retreat, right? So a retreat of 10 days of silent meditation, which, well, to me, it's probably going to be life-changing. I look forward to it. I haven't booked anything yet. In the Netherlands, there's only one retreat that actually is officially a Vipassana retreat, and it's now March, and registrations for June, they open up in April, right? So next month. So I need to be at the calendar the moment they open up, and then potentially I could sign in. It's 10 days. It's a long time away from the children, right? 10 days, and I don't have any contact with them. No phones, no writing, nothing. So it's a big one, but to do some practice, right? Because the biggest thing that people say when they say prepare for this Vipassana retreat is, can you sit in silence in one pose for at least 60 minutes? So that is something that I was wondering, maybe I should do like a 30 days, at least 1 hour meditation on a mat in a pose that I like. And I want to do the hardest pose because I want to make it tough on myself. The same with running, right? So that is something that might be done next day. Plus, if I do it every day, I'm going to recap that session, that 1 hour meditation afterwards. That's what I'm going to film. Because probably a lot will go through my head, from ideas to nothing. Anyway, it would be like 30 videos really going through the entire experience. Like people do this, oh, I meditated for 30 days and then it's a 10-minute video. This is going to be, no, I meditated for 30 days and I made a video straight after it of at least 10 minutes of rambling for 30 days, right? So again, at least 300 minutes potentially of video, 5 hours of video explaining and going through it. Yeah, that sounds like a fun idea. So that's what I'm thinking about currently. Um, and I'll see you tomorrow. Tomorrow is gonna be the Friday, and then Saturday, editing time. It's gonna be fun. Have a good one. Bye bye. Well, this is it. This is day 30 of probably, well, maybe, probably, maybe, who knows, looking back at it, maybe in 10 years, one of the most important experiments of my life. That is a major assumption. You know, I could leave this whole video taping behind me after this. I could never return. That's all very much possible. However, when examining everything that I've learned right now, um, it's just it's just full of good vibes. Um, it's been a long time, right? So 30 videos in total, but it has probably taken over 3 months to get it done. The initial Kickstarter for this was the 30-day film yourself challenge, which I'm linking below, by the way, by Thomas. Great kickstart to get this cycle going. Some incredible exercises, to be honest. I found the first week a little bit, this is an honest review. I found it a little bit rough to go through. It was very much regarding mental state. So focusing on the state that you're in before filming. I got that. I'm just myself. I just want to get into it. I just want to. I don't want to wait. I want to put on the camera. I have thoughts in my head. I want to talk about stuff. I don't want to wait for it to wash away, right? Anyway, so the course was a great Kickstarter to get it done. I got it done, 30 days. I'm extremely proud of that. I do hope that the true value of this is not putting it online, right? It's, by the way, putting this online, it's extremely, they say long form content is king. Well, this is probably, it's almost 5 years. I'm already starting to edit, by the way. It's almost 5 years. 5 years. Video is not 5 years. It's 5 hours long. So that could be considered as ultra long, a long format, right? However, the goal of this, and that was the point I was trying to make, what I hope to get out of this, the big value add, what I really hope happens, especially later on in life, is that I would be able to look back at these videos and get quite some value out of it, because I seem to, like I said before in another video, I seem to forget quick. I seem to just be in the mindset of trying to be in flow, try to achieve the next best thing, try to improve X, improve Y, improve Z, whatever, on to the next, on to the next, on to the next, right? There is very limited contentness or very limited peace of mind with the current state. Especially, there's limited ability to keep things relative. To, hey, you're feeling this way now, or you're experiencing this now, but that's already twice as good as what it was then. Then you were extremely satisfied about it. Why are you depressed now? What is the difference? And then obviously we don't have to overanalyze it, right? We spoke about this before as well, that we live in a world where everything has to be overanalyzed. For some things that is good, for some moments that is good, but it shouldn't be the overarching sense of life, right? So when I feel X, is that because I did A, B, C, D wrong, right? No, sometimes you just feel X and you feel X. There's always a reason why, but getting so granular into the reason why, it's a minefield, right? It's a rabbit hole. self-created trap that you set up for yourself. At least in my experience, that is the case. So what I'm hoping, and this is the point I'm trying to make, what I'm hoping is that I'll be able to utilize these videos as a peek into the window of my mind of a former me. I'm not saying a former version of myself, I'm saying the same flesh. Well, I do know that cells regenerate, so it's never the same flesh. The same vessel, call it that. Very much the same mind, the same set of hardware is in place in that vessel, but a completely different context, probably, and a very different set of rules, or the same set of rules. We all live in the same set of laws, right? But what I'm trying to say is that the experience will be different, right? There will be many things, inputs, triggers, people, experiences that will force me to think in a certain way, probably, hopefully, similar to what I'm thinking now. Actually, to be honest, I hope not to be thinking similar. For me, that would feel like, not that it's stagnant. You know, if I made a very conscious decision to be clear about the way I'm thinking now, I'm happy about that. I hope to keep it there. I see improvements to be made, and I'm willing to go about those improvements, or I'm willing to invest in those improvements. I think they are important. So I do not hope that my mind is very similar to what it is now. And also, I would find it boring. So I would, well, not boring. I think boring is a stupid word. I would find it probably more interesting if the mind is different. And hopefully those videos would showcase that. That would mean a certain type of progress, right? If the mind is different. And that would be interesting, very much. It's not it's an ambition. If it doesn't happen, fine, sure. If it happens, amazing. So yeah, that's an interesting fact. These videos are an artifact. Like I spoke with somebody else about making these videos, and the person is saying, "Why are you doing this? Why are you vomiting your stuff on the web?" And I'm saying, no, it's not vomiting. It is basically my graffiti on the universe, right? I see the internet very much now as a canvas, as a wall, like a concrete wall under a viaduct or passageways for cars where people spill their graffiti or blurb their graffiti on the wall. This video, and especially when I upload, and I'm close to there, I've already edited every video up until this one into the whole long video chain of almost 5 hours, 4.5, I think. But this upload, these thoughts are my way of basically it's mind graffiti on the wall of the universe, and I definitely see the internet as the graffiti wall of the universe, right? Some are more informative graffiti, some are more horrendous graffiti, very sexual graffiti, obviously. But anyway, this is my part of blurbing on the wall of the universe's graffiti wall. And also looking at quality, right? Because there's definitely different graffiti artists out there in the real world as well, right? You have the guys that they do it for the kick. They want to put a tag on the wall, and then they're done, and they see, yeah, made my voice, made my mark. And then there are others that are more like artists, right? I think it's the same with content on the web. There are people out there that are true artists. They ruminate about every individual detail of a video, of a shot, of a cut, of a script, of a whatever. I'm not that person. No, I'm a person that if it becomes too granular, if it becomes too detailed, if it becomes too much of an obsession around every individual aspect, I lose focus. I'm more of a ship it instead of making it perfect kind of guy. That helps me in many aspects of my life. But what I can see when it comes to content, these days quality is so high, the expectation is so high, that I'm assuming that it's gonna be tough to get out there. But I'm tagging the graffiti very much for myself. Like I said, the main goal here is to have this log of thoughts, of experiences, of mind captured in a moment of time, tag the wall in a moment of time, being able to relate back to that. Um, that is that is that is why I'm doing this. That is why I'm getting excited about this. If I'm strong, if I'm capable, and let's say I do this for 10 years, putting up 4 videos a year, that is for me, that is treasure. That's incredible treasure. And it's more treasure than writing. I've done a lot of writing, right? I have a blog. I wrote over 100 articles. I love writing. Haven't wrote any of these conversations out before I went into them. Obviously, I write down ideas I don't want to talk about, but never something like that. But writing is different. Now I can see myself because it's so much just blurbing thoughts out of here. I have some things that I want to mention, obviously, but it's also very much an eye or a window into my soul at a certain point in time. Um, it's a gestalt. It's how do you present yourself? What energy comes across? How do I speak? How do I do everything? Mimicry, micro emotions, micro twitches, the way my eyes are looking, right? That is a capture, a snapshot in the soul, in my soul at a certain point in time, which makes this interesting for me, right? Yes, so I am going to continue very much. Uh, I wish to do many, many things better. However, I also want to be realistic in what I can afford, right? Not afford money wise, what I can afford energy wise, time wise, input wise, concentration wise. There are many wises out there. Um, but there's a strong why. However, the why is not that strong that I want to over exude or that I want to overdo it. Overdo it in the sense that I want to overtask myself or that I want to basically burn the candle on two ends too much. I'm already very much, I constantly burn the candle on two ends. I'm already doing it now. I don't know how to do anything different than that. That is my style. If I don't feel like I'm doing that, I feel like I'm not going backwards, but I feel like I'm not moving fast enough. However, the concept of moving fast enough, feeling anxious about time spent, and about progression is very much a topic that I want to touch on, and it's very much related to what I said earlier: contentment. I can only add so much improvements in at a time. I cannot script things out prior to all of this. I can jot down a few bullets, but I'm not going to do it word for word. I wish I could. This is not my main occupation, right? So that's not going to happen. Second, I wish the quality of the video would be better, the quality of the lighting. I wish it could be more entertaining, more snappier. However, all of that, I just don't have the availability to do so. And that's very much the moment in time with the two young kids, right? They are now, what is it now? It's April. So we're 3 months away from their birth. They are 4 months away, right? So these kids are 20 years old, 20 months old. I love them. They are amazing. Hopefully one day I'll be able to put them in front of the camera as well, so that they themselves can look back at it and see, hey, wow, that was me with my dad. That would be funny. However, I'm going off track again, which is very much the story of my life. Now going back to the improvements, I'm just going to see what can be done. I'm going to try to improve. Hopefully, small things will improve. Hopefully, gradually, you'll see some improvements. I am looking to invest into a new phone, though. shortly. Hopefully the new iPhone, which is the 15 currently, the camera quality should very much improve when I do so. Um, Maybe some better lighting. However, this room with the windows on top, there are just small windows on top. It just it doesn't have the natural light capabilities that you would want to have. Um, yeah, so let's see about that. And I do want to do some quick experiments. One of them is next to this experiment, which is an important one. I want to go for probably the second most important one is completely go without the phone, right? So I have the titanium, the new Apple Watch with the 4G or 3G or 5G capabilities. I do have a SIM card or a digital SIM for it as well. I've seen some videos of people going without their phone, just relying on the watch completely. I look forward to doing such an experiment and document that. So hopefully the next 30 days is very much me documenting, can I go for the least amount of screen time on the phone as possible? Completely rewiring my brain, because that is what will happen for sure. But I'm going to touch on that in the next one. I want to go 30 days basically with so limited amount of phone time, and I want to do it via this amazing box which has the timer on it. Forgot the name, what it was. Oh yeah, the kitchen safe. When I bought it, it was very much a kitchen safe. These days, I think they rebranded to like a phone or electronic safe, where you can shut yourself away. You can use it as a safe and store electronics in there so that you don't want to use them anymore. Others use cookies or whatever. I'm going to use this safe to store away my phone for a month. Obviously, there will be intervals where I will be using it, and see what that does. I think it's going to have a huge effect, particularly at the end of the day, right? When you're completely exhausted. I've done a run, I've done work, I've been with the kids, I'm completely drained. That is when I just want to numb myself out and be on the phone. However, what happens when my phone is locked away at those periods? Also during work. I'd love to during lunch, or when I'd love to decompress, get the phone out, watch some videos. But I probably watch 4 hours of YouTube videos a day. Right? I want to get that away. There's some reasons why I want to do it, which I will go through in the next one. Some solid ones. It has to do with boredom. It has to do with baselining the boredom back to that I'm just so bored. Reading a book is going to be the most exciting thing, or playing with my kids is going to be the most exciting thing. While now that is definitely not the case. Not that I don't love to play with my kids, but the phone is just so potent. It's a fucking drug. Um, and we need to get that out of there. It needs to be out of the system. So that's what we're going to work on. Have a good one. See you in the next one.